Ahoy! Welcome back to yet another episode of So to Speak. I'm Evan Mead.
I'm Lyle Groniger.
And we've got... Introduce yourselves, you're big boys.
The Cody.
The Cody? The Cody Lorian?
You sound very extreme.
Call me Pop Talk.
Okay.
I'm renaming my name to Pop Talk.
Okay.
Pop Talk.
The name's Talk. Pop Talk. And we have our favorite back from the Arthur episode.
Fortunately, I'm the only one in the condo this time.
Yeah, this guy's not going to break into your podcast and interrupt with clips.
Yeah.
Like a jackass.
Well, let's just say.
Hey, you played along with it too.
I had to for the sake of documentation.
It's that time of the podcast again.
Yeah, back to our semi-annual albums episode. I always have such a blast.
So, are these biannual or are these every quarter?
Do them, because the algorithm doesn't care about how frequent they are.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Usually every 10 episodes or so we like to do.
This is the 5th consecutive albums episode, and I'm excited for this one. Once again, our audience knows the drill. We each talk about 5 albums, and we talk about what we liked about them, what they meant to us, and yada, yada, yada. For my picks, for the albums I picked, 2 of them I discovered recently, or listened to for the first time recently, and 2 of these albums actually contain 2 of my all-time favorite songs.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm excited.
And you, the audience, can comment down below and find out which ones they may be.
And then you can watch all our previous score plus this one, and then just keep adding to that playlist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that this is our 5th one. I forgot we did the soundtrack one.
Oh, yeah. We almost did a score one at one point. But I think that got shelved.
I wouldn't have a lot to say.
Keep score properly.
I can. There are a couple. I can. I probably could come up with 5 scores that I could talk about from movies or video games that really inspire me.
I know I had a list, but it's just I didn't know what to say about them other than they're really good.
Yeah.
The score kind of has to be good, otherwise.
Every track, you'd have to be this is great.
Well, actually,
the musicality of this track.
you can talk about you can talk about the atmosphere that every track sets and what it means to you.
Yeah, that sounds kind of boring after a while.
Well, I mean, there are whole YouTube channels that reviews movie scores for a living.
Yeah,
so.
and they're professionally trained and they have an ear. Oh well, maybe
I
don't know. Comment down below if you want a score episode.
Well, you'd have to try and go to a venue and record it there for the actual ambiance.
Oh yes, we have to get
from the orchestra pit.
We have to get the most pristine quality audio. It's as if we're in the room.
Spatial and all that.
Yes.
I've had fantasies of all this inside of a closet with.
I'm worried, Cody. You're scaring me.
Abandon that right now. I'm getting a terrible visual from being stuck in a closet
with the lights on.
Okay.
With curtains all around, and all 4 of us are at a table with one nice mic right in the center that picks up all our voices.
7 minutes in heaven.
The curtains have to be there.
Stuck in a closet with Vanna White.
I've learned that the curtains are a thing for podcasts if you're in a small room because sound waves kind of just bounce and it has this soft smoothness around the room.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
When I was working on Boys Like Me last year, our makeshift studios had curtains.
Curtains,
so,
yeah.
No, it really helps.
It's like we're doing a school play or something.
Kinda, yeah.
And then the lights shut off. No. No.
Alright. Well, gents, do we want to just jump right in?
Alright, let's do it.
Time like the present.
Let's do it. Alright. My first album. I got a question for you guys. What happens when you take the great Anthony Michael, Alex Van Halen, Eddie Van Halen, and David Lee Roth, and you mix them all together? What do you get? Rock! You get
Michael Anthony instead of Anthony. I've never heard of Anthony Michael.
Did I say Anthony Michael?
I think you did.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Not Anthony Michael.
At least you didn't say Anthony Michael Hall.
Michael Anthony, my bad.
Yeah.
I was about to make a bad joke. I was going to be when you mix all 4 of them together, you get Pickle Hack. No, I'm joking.
Enough.
No.
Enough with the Nickelback.
In
joke.
1978, we got Van Halen.
Oh, I'm so happy you picked this.
Yeah.
This is one of the most pivotal rock albums of all time.
Fuck yeah.
Easily.
Oh my god. And I didn't even want to go with it. At the very last minute, I was like, I want to change this because I got back into a big Van Halen phase. I loved Van Halen in high school. My dad and I went to go see Van Halen when David Lee Roth came back for their that later album that came out with She's the Woman and Tattoo.
Oh, A Different Kind of Truth?
That's the one, yeah.
Wow, that's going to be 10 years actually pretty soon.
It's funny, She's the
That was a
Woman
thing.
She's the Woman was actually a demo going all the way back to the very beginning of Van Halen.
Oh, so they
I
finally
remember
got
A Different
around
Kind
to
of
it.
Truth had that going for it, that some of the songs were actually that old in
Yeah.
demo form.
When my dad and I went to go see Van Halen, it was fucking incredible.
Yeah.
They played so well. I'm not kidding. And listening to this first album again, oh my god, it got me back into another momentarily crazy phase with Van Halen. Like I was listening to the second one, I was listening to Fair Warning, Woman and Children First, Diver Down, and of course 1984.
I was gonna say. Can't
Oh,
forget that
great. So you're not even going to give Van Hagar a chance then, are you?
Boo, Van Hagar!
Come
Boo!
on. 5150 and Balance aren't that bad.
Boo! I don't like 5150.
The
I
one
get
that's
that-
right now.
I get it. That's the studio of Eddie Van Halen. They even-
Now, I will say for the subtitle, I obviously, like, full disclosure, I don't drink at all, but I can imagine the opening bass line of Running with the Devil is the worst thing to hear when you have a hangover. Boom, boom. Yeah, but like that is how you open up this record.
Oh,
just like the solo. Eddie Van Halen obviously has always had always a tremendous solo technique, but
I mean, Eruption,
throughout
man.
this entire, I mean, you can't even talk about this record without talking about the majesty that is Eruption.
Yes.
Eruption. That's the song I shared the day he passed away. I was like, "You're a legend. Rest in peace." Like this is. I think someone just said it best. It sounds like his guitar is talking to you.
Yeah.
It literally just feels like it's like this
Sings.
otherworldly, like holy shit! It just keeps relentlessly going and going and
And I
going.
I
love
love the
how-
classical influence on Eruption too. You have that one passage so like do 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 do. It's sort of reminds me of an overture
Holy crap, you're pretty good at that.
Especially live, it can get pretty intense.
And I love how it cuts so perfectly into the cover of "You Really Got Me."
By the Kinks,
Oh,
yeah.
and that's a great cover.
That's probably
Yeah.
one of my favorite covers.
Yeah, that is
Shout out to
definitely one of the
Guitar
better
Hero 2
covers.
for that.
Easily.
I-
They got me now.
You got like so many great hits off of this. Like Ain't Talking About Love,
Yeah.
Jamie's
Oh,
Crying,
I love that one.
Oh yeah.
Ice Cream Man. I'm your
That's
ice
also a
cream
great
man.
cover.
Stop me when I'm passing by.
And don't forget the Dixie Cups. I also really love some of the deep cuts on the self-titled Van Halen. You got Atomic Punk.
Atomic
which
Punk, yes.
A lot of Van Halen, I mean, my Van Halen stories mostly, there was a Guitar Hero game centered around Van Halen in late 2009, and I heard a lot of the David Lee Roth era through that game.
And we're back. No, I'm joking.
I'm the one as well that close out the first side.
Oh.
That second solo gets pretty ridiculous too.
We came here to entertain you. Living here would aggravate you.
And the harmony, like, I can't even describe the harmonies. They're actually way catchier than you would think.
Yeah. It's funny with Van Halen is that, like, going all the way back to Windsor, I know I've talked about this before, but hearing everything on the radio hearing everything back in Windsor, it's all nothing but just like 80s glam and just like they're stuck in that era, right?
Yeah.
And even Van Halen, like, you know, you hear Jump, you hear Panama all the time on the radio.
Yeah.
And there's something about Van Halen that stands out the most out of like Motley Crue and Def
Because
Leppard.
it's
and
aged remarkably
it
well.
has, yeah.
It doesn't. There's no like pretense to it.
There's sort of like a they're around that. I mean, they even toured with Black Sabbath.
Ooh,
In
that
fact,
would be cool.
That would have been the most amazing show ever. Oh my
Yes.
If it's like late 70s, if it's like late 70s Sabbath, like just before Ozzy left and Dio joined, that still would be a pretty good
Oh,
lineup.
god.
deal.
Oh man, I think I actually recall their early shows of Van Halen. They would actually like Ozzy would sing Van Halen songs and vice versa. David Lee
Oh,
Roth would be
sick.
doing that. Yeah.
I like when they do
So
that.
it did actually. That is an example of life imitating art. Because later in that one Guitar Hero game, you could have Ozzy sing "Hot for Teacher" if you wanted to.
Oh,
I think
that'd
I
be
made
great.
that joke, which shameless plug for our Rhythm Games episode,
Well,
Guitar
this
Hero
won't-
Rock Band
This
episode.
won't be the last time you bring up Ozzy in this episode, that's for sure.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, coming soon.
I can Feel Your Love Tonight. That's another
That's a good
deeper
one,
cut
too,
that
yeah.
I really
Yep.
like. Some really rich harmonies on that one.
The Little Dreamer has a nice kind of melody between Michael Anthony and Eddie Van Halen as well.
Yes.
They're backing up kind of harmonies with it is really nice.
I always felt that Michael Anthony, not only in his bass playing, but in his backing vocals, was a huge anchor of the Van Halen sound, which is why I remember when A Different Kind of Truth came out, I felt like it wasn't really the same. That's not to diss Wolfgang in any way,
Yeah.
but it was just a different feel. And I mean, I've heard a little bit of the stuff he would do later on with the supergroup Chickenfoot, and I get kind of the same feel. Which also, side note to Wolfgang, his solo project actually is pretty decent. Mammoth WVH.
I didn't know he did more than just like joining
Yeah.
in with his dad's band. Oh,
Yeah, no, actually, one of the songs got nominated for a Grammy this year.
Oh, good.
Nice.
You know, and things that don't matter.
Nice.
But I think sometimes people go back and forth between 1984 and the self-titled as like the prime gateway for Van Halen. I'm inclined to argue it's the self-titled.
Yeah. Well, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like they started off bang on right away, like right out of the gate. Like 1984 is just like closer, like near the tail end of David Lee Roth's, stretch with them until he came back. But it was actually Diver Down that actually kind of broke the relationship between the band because
I actually like a good chunk of the later.
Me too. I don't mind it. It's just it's all covers, and that's what actually hurt. Like Eddie Van Halen's like, oh fuck, like we got nothing original on the table to bring.
Covers, but at the same time,
Pretty Woman
segue of the Intruder instrumental, especially with how I know in the Guitar Hero Van Halen, like this mocap of him taking the drill and using it on the guitar, and to segue down to, I mean, I love "Oh Pretty Woman" anyways, but like, it's a suitable cover for them. And
you got to listen to Intruder and then "Oh Pretty Woman."
But yeah, you got to listen to them in one go.
Yeah, same with Eruption, and You Really Got Me. Actually, Evan, it's funny. Dancing in the Street.
Yeah.
That song from Recess School's Out.
Yeah, Martha and the Vandellas.
Covered by Van Halen.
There are two notable covers of that. There's Van Halen's, and of course there's Mick Jagger and David Bowie's.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they're making a few covers of that song.
Yeah. No, they're okay with covers, and that's what their early stuff was. Apparently, they would just go back and forth between covers and original stuff.
Yeah.
But no, they kick ass. Like
Nice.
It's Van Halen. Like I can't say anything else other than start off with this album, and if you like it, go back for seconds with Van Halen 2.
Nice.
And then carry on. For their first 6 albums is all you need.
Drums on here, they were really solid, but it wouldn't get as crazy as it would later on in the David Lee Roth era. But I think that's how Van Halen sort of distinguished themselves from some of the more glam-leaning stuff that would come up in the '80s, because there was obviously an image aspect to it, but they all were really skilled at their instruments as well. They had the skills to back up.
I got a trivia for you, Josh. What '90s hip hop song used the opening track of Jamie's Crying?
I feel like I should know this. Is it a popular one? Oh, really? Oh, okay, yeah, no. Well, I guess Tone Loc had a lot of things going in the '90s other than just being in Ace Ventura.
Yeah, it's Wild Thing by Tone Loc. Let's do the wild thing.
Third side of a Funky Cold Medina.
Funky Cold Medina, yeah. Sorry, my '90s is like trying to like.
Cody from the '90s is about to digivolve. He's about to become fully evolved.
Okay, all right. I let it pass.
Oh my God.
Okay. No, guys, it's short and simple. Van Halen, they are gods. And I know we're gonna move on, but like my next pick is a very nice, like, the hard rock is gonna continue.
Awesome.
Out of all the albums I picked to talk about tonight, 2 of them are ones that I consider underrated. And the first one I'm going to talk about is actually from 2003. Well, first of all, we all know Sting, right? That guy from the Police.
I
Going
think he
in
rescued
peace,
some boy in a
Sumner.
mine one time.
Sorry, what?
I think he rescued some boy in a mine one time and sang a song about it with a bunch of people.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
yeah. We're sending our love down the well, all the way down.
I think he wrote a song for a llama for a movie. Or
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And then he did a reggae side project a couple years ago with the guy that with Shaggy. That was a thing.
Nice. He
Yeah,
did?
no, the Sting and Shaggy collab album. That was a thing in I think 2019.
Wow.
That would make a lot of sense considering how the Police borrowed a lot of reggae sound for.
I'm now just imagining a Sting covering "Dance and Shout."
That would be sick. Yeah. But yeah, so anyways, the reason why I want to throw it back to 2003 was because Sting had an album called Sacred Love, and everyone I know who loves Sting, the stuff that everyone talks about are his albums from the glory days. Like, just before we turn on the mic, Cody and I were talking about, like, a Sting album that he loves. 10 Sumner's Tales, which is, I agree, it's a great
Yeah,
album.
well, Sting's first 4 records are all pretty fantastic. Like, not just from a songwriting perspective, but like there was some great jazz instrumentation, like "The Dream of the Blue Turtles," "The Soul Cages."
The Soul
all
Cages
those
is
are
another
great.
one I recommend.
Yeah. Oh, I love. Yeah, you're talking to someone who like knows like most of his hits and am slowly but surely collecting his albums. But anyways, so the reason why I wanted to talk about Sacred Love is because something that got pointed out is that once Sting made the jump from the 90s to the 2000s, he got more poppy and somewhat more mainstream, but he had to update his sound for the times. But there's in my opinion, he was able to remain in keeping with, his roots. Like when I think of Sting as a musician, I think of, jazzy rock, poppy stuff you can hear on the radio, and overall just good sounding music. And when you listen to Sacred Love, that's what you get, although it's appropriately updated for the year it takes place in. Noteworthy songs that I would actually recommend all of you listen to. He has a sweet duet with Mary J. Blige called
It sounds like that would be a really good track, actually.
Whenever I Say Your Name. Check it out. It's really
All right,
good.
I'm at it. As you guys are talking tonight, I'm on Apple Music. Not sponsored, by the way. I'm going to add them to my phone, and I want to listen to all these.
Nice, cool.
So whenever I say your name, is that
Whenever
Timmy, is the name Timmy O'Toole?
Oh,
And also the track right before, it's called "Send Your Love." Does it go down the well? All right, that's enough. I can't contain myself. I can't contain myself.
Jesus Christ!
I'm sorry.
And this was 10 years after that episode debuted. Holy shit!
Oh my God.
What's amazing is that song actually won a Grammy in 2004.
Which song?
Which one?
Whenever I Say Your Name, for best pop collaboration with vocals.
It did, yeah. So, other songs I recommend. I kind of want to talk a little bit about like how each song So, if you want something that's typical for what Sting used to do, "Never Coming Home" is another good one. One of my favorites is actually "Stolen Car, Take Me Dancing," where it's
That sounds like an oxymoron. Yeah, my car got stolen, but you need to take me dancing.
No, listen to the song. It's actually a really interesting story. Listen to the song. You'll understand what I'm talking about. I actually that was a song I played for Cody before we turned on the mic, and he said, "This sounds very poppy," and it does, but like it infuses his old sound with new sound that he's updating for the 21st
speaking
century.
Of updating his sound for the times, there's the remix with Will I Am.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because, in 2003, that was when the Black Eyed Peas really blew up.
Right, yeah. What? Remix of what?
The remix of "Stolen Car, Take Me Dancing."
Right, yes! I remember that. Vaguely.
Nice.
Yeah. If you want a deep throwback to like his rock days, "This War" I would also check out. The song's title album, "Sacred Love," the title track, sorry, the title track, it's not my favorite song on the album, but it's still it's pretty good. In terms of how he dabbles into other cultures, Send Your Love is a collaboration with Vincente Amigo.
Not to your new lover, I presume.
Yeah. Not to your
my
new lover.
Hey,
Your Love, yeah.
maybe that's where Adele got no.
Oh.
Adele did not.
But yeah, so check out Send Your Love, and also there's a sick remix with David Audi that concludes the album. Also, The Book of My Life is this. Every time I listen to The Book of My Life, I actually get really emotional. And about what my life means to me. And what's cool about it is remember how I said a second ago that Sting likes to dabble into other cultures when he makes music. With Send Your Love, it's got a very Latin feel to it. Like you feel like you're in Spain when you're listening to it. Also, The Book of My Life has a very Arabian feel to it. Like it feels like it was written by a guy in the desert. It's really cool. Other than that, that's really kind of all I have to say. I feel like we're gonna get really wrapped up. My dad got this album when my brother and I were growing up, and it grew up with us, sort of. So, no, but every time I talk to someone about Sting, no one talks about this album. People have talked about his album from 2015. They've talked about stuff he's done from the 80s and 90s, but no one really talks about Sacred Love, and I'm just the guy who says it's decent. Yes, he gets poppy and he updates his sound for the 21st century, which is what a lot of musicians were doing back then to compete with the market. But check it out. There will be some pleasant surprises.
I also recommend 10 Sommer's Tales.
That's a good one.
Yes.
Very nice.
Very, very nice album.
Yeah. Well, for this issue of albums episodes, what I tried to do was I was trying to find albums that kind of perk me up inside, because I noticed I talk about a lot of...
Perk me up inside.
I can't perk up!
Evanescence is falling. Evanescence is falling.
That's a great pick me up song, Josh. Thank you. But
we gotta have more of those for the kids.
Yeah, because I know I'm the resident moody boy of the group, but I kind of wanted to bring it up a bit today. So one genre in particular that I always have a huge affinity for is actually reggae. I find that a lot of stuff from reggae artists or even ska artists tend to really put me in a really nice state of mind. And this one album I picked, I discovered recently while I was binge playing GTA 3. From Liberty City, Keja, arise! Scientist rids the world of the evil curse of the vampires. So, I know I mentioned reggae. This is actually closer to what dub music is. This is a dub
I'm glad
album.
you picked this, because dub as a whole is a subgenre that has become a lot more crucial as time has gone on. Although I'm not super versed in myself. I know of the late Lee Scratch Perry and his work, which, side note, if you want to get into dub, Lee Scratch Perry is one of the first artists you should go to.
Yeah, and if you want to know what dub is, ostensibly, much like what it would later become like dubstep, essentially dub is sampling other people's music, transferring them into multiple tracks, and creating a new piece out of it. So it's actually a surprisingly early genre, kind of hailing back from the mid to late 70s. And it was kind of discovered by accident, because one DJ was playing an instrumental track. Another DJ started singing over the track while also playing another record over top of it. They recorded the entire thing, and they're like, "This is kind of new. We're making a double of this music, like a variant," and that's where the term dub came from. But I digress. So yeah, going back to GTA 3, it's not the game in the series that has the best soundtrack. Unfortunately, I mean, they couldn't really afford licenses at all. So, but I always went back to the one station I always listened to was K-Jaw, because it was it was almost entirely reggae, and I enjoyed it a lot. And what I realized was every single song, and this is unparalleled for a station in GTA, every single song is a song by Scientist, who did this album. And every single song that he did was off of this one album. I've never heard of that before. A GTA playlist or a station usually has such a wide variety, but this one's one guy, one album. That's all you need. And unfortunately, I kind of have to say this. When GTA 3 picked up his album, unfortunately, he didn't receive a single one of the royalties from the game
Oh.
because from what they gathered, I imagine this was probably a contract thing back in the day because this is like an early '80s album, but it stated something like because he didn't procure like the music himself, he didn't record it himself, he just sampled other tracks and remixed it ostensibly. He wasn't able to be issued any royalties, and instead the production of the record that released it, Greensleeves, ended up getting the royalties instead. So he basically got gypped.
He got the shaft.
I
Yeah,
wonder if that agreement still was upheld for the definitive edition re-releases.
I don't know.
I mean, hey, Take Two, you could give scientists his royalties, maybe with the track from the fact those definitive editions are terrible.
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch those with a 10-foot pole. I'm not
But
shelling.
I'm not bitter.
What year was this album?
1981.
81.
Nice.
And
Okay.
I gotta tell you something about this album, man. This album sounds like it came from the early 2000s.
Okay, I was about to say, why is it
I gotta
say,
check it out then.
why is it saying on Apple Music it's from 2010?
It could be a remaster for all I know. Wait.
It also could be metadata
Oh, this
issues.
isn't. No.
That's
no,
not
this
it?
Is, this is a different album.
What the fuck?
This one's The Scientist Rids the World of the Curse of the Evil Intergalactic Vampires.
What the hell am I looking at?
Evil Curse of the Vampires, Cody. Get it right. Yeah, that's another thing I love about this guy. He based all of his songs off of like cheesy 1950s B movies and monster cinema.
Oh yeah, I can see that vibe fitting perfectly.
Yeah, I mean the cover is just glorious, and it's just him killing monsters with reggae, and that's funny as hell. And yeah, every song is named after a monster, and it fits like the vibe of a lot of songs. Some of them are kind of relaxing. Some of them are bouncy. Some of them have a really nice bass riff that encroaches the entire song. I mean, like all reggae, I have to admit, like it's repetitive and it's loopy, but it's
all
still
about the vibe.
Yeah, the vibe is so strong with this album, and the transition work is really good. The amount of reverb, echoing, and like sampling is like super interesting and neat. In fact, that's kind of why I didn't have the chance to pull his actual name, but the scientist, the reason why he was given that name was because a lot of the mixers he was working with were like, you're way more advanced at this than most people, and I gotta give you credit. Like, you treat this almost like a science. That's how he got his name. Like, he went from doing like 8-track mixes, and people just like gave him 16-track 16-track songs instead because he was so good at mixing. And yeah, a few of my favorite songs would be like, I think especially my favorite song is The Corpse Rises. Like, this is a good rainy day in the car kind of song. It's just like kind of like grumbly and dark, and it's like, yeah, I could see like a character from GTA just driving off to do a hit or something while they're going on. The Mummy's Shroud is also a really nice one. It's actually more of an upbeat song. It's like it's nice. I remember, Cody, I think I was playing that song for you, and you were like, "Is this Bob Marley?" And it's just like, it's close. It's kind of close, but like it has the same vibe. And then there's another song I really like called "Your Teeth in My Neck."
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah, and that one's
kinky.
Oh, it's got some kicks to it. And
Your teeth in my Roots Reddix? Like that's all I'm finding on here. This is hard to track down on the internet right now.
Hard to stream, I presume.
I see. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the original artists who we sampled. We had the works of Wailing Souls, Michael Prophet, Wayne Jarrett, and Johnny Osborne.
Mm.
And they appreciated his work quite a bit. And I should probably listen to more of his other stuff. I like how, like, in every song, he, like, kind of just shouts the name of the song, like, Night of the Living Dead.
I mean, in that way, it does kind of feel like it's almost like a live set in that way. Like, there's not a ton of sequencing that's needed. It's pretty smooth and free-flowing from one to the next.
Yeah. No, it's a good album. It's a bit. Like, I'm not much of a pot guy, but Evan, I feel like you could really chill out to this song.
I mean, we are less than 2 weeks away from that time of the year.
Oh yeah, we are, aren't we?
New challenge video.
Legalize marijuana.
All right, Jesus, right.
So Cody's confirmed Peter Tosh solo fan, I see.
Yeah.
Coming soon, the Whalers' solo careers ranked.
Coming soon, never.
Easily. Yeah. I think that's pretty
Coming never.
I remember, Evan, when I was playing GTA 3 for hours at a time, I'd always have like the K-Jaw on the radio, and you just be like, Lyle, what is this song? It's going on forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty much all
I gotta give you credit because I can't remember if it was either one of those games, either San Andreas or GTA 3 or Vice City. Can't remember which one, but they not to sound like I don't know if this is a racist comp, but those games all look the same to me. Like the graphics.
No, there's a steady improvement on fidelity.
What is racist about saying games like
Man, GTA 3, you look just like San Andreas.
These games all like at the time I could okay, but here's the thing: if you show me GTA 4 and GTA 5, they're like night and day. I can tell them apart easily. Huge graphic update, granted, but
That's kind of crazy because I think each game is like unique in their own way.
Where I was going with this,
all right,
is because that was how I discovered the Yes song, "Owner of a Lonely Heart."
Because I was playing a lot of Vice City at the time.
Vice City, that's the one.
No, Vice City has the best soundtrack. It blows GTA 3 out the water. But the title of this album alone is like, I gotta say this on a podcast because it's so glorious. Rids the world of the evil curse of the vampire.
Yeah.
And with that, I bid you good night. Night. All right, Josh, what do you got for us?
So we're going to go from one sort of form of more cultural music and sort of its take on, I mean, even with your pick, Lyle, it was an interesting sort of take on like monster movies, and I would say, and Dub has a lot in common with Plunderphonics, which of course, I think, at least in my opinion, it does, and it's a genre I like because it blends itself to mashup. But my first pick is actually going to take us to 1996, and amidst the British Britpop wars of Oasis and Blur, there was a third group that I felt was kind of underrated and had a lot of potential to really do something pretty unique, and they were doing their own thing, and that is the debut record from Kula Shaker, K.
Oh, all right.
Now, this is a pretty interesting album. It's themed around a lot of Indian mysticism, and especially with frontman and guitarist Crispin Mills. He was very into that stuff. It's sort of like, again, how the Beatles, late in their career, they embraced a lot of those philosophies. I see a lot of commonalities with this record, too. But, of course, like a good chunk of the music I talk about on here, I first heard of it through a rhythm game. Namely, that the opening two tracks, Hey Dude and Night on the Town, were DLC for Rock Band in the fall of 2009. And I love both of those tracks. And then I came to really love the album around, let's say, 2011 or so. And ever since then, I can't help it but spin this at least a few times a year. Especially because the way it opens with the driving drum line on Hey Dude, which, side note, the drums on this record are pretty fantastic just because they have their own grooves, but I feel, especially with the way a lot of it's arranged, it reminds me a lot of the Boogaloo beat that a lot of in like the Manchester scene, a lot of those kinds of bands like Stone Roses, Happy Mondays, and a little bit of EMF thrown in there.
Yeah, of course.
It's
Which
literally
is interesting because this is mid-90s London versus like late 80s, early 90s Manchester.
some of the tracks off of this album is literally on a playlist called "I Miss Britpop."
Well, definitely. I mean, they were much bigger in the UK compared to North America, but I felt like, in '96 when you had Oasis, and Oasis was like about to put out Be Here Now, and Radiohead were, about to put out OK Computer, but then here was this other third band that had a lot more, there was a lot more spirituality. I mean, they even have these little interlude sort of tracks that sort of segue between phases of the album, like Temple of Everlasting Light, which I really like because it's the first example of where you get a lot of the sitar, and especially segueing into a track like Govinda, which has the verses in Sanskrit, and it's got this really nice mellow feel. I think the opening bird sample, it puts me in this headspace of like, I don't know why exactly this image, but being at a rainforest exhibit at the Ontario Science Center. Like, I think I can just feel the moisture off of like the leaves of a tree nearby.
Wow, that's very specific.
Very specific.
Yeah.
I know it kind of does that for me. I mean, even Hey Dude, Night of the Time, just like they're catchy rock songs, but like the guitar tone is pretty crunchy, and even the solo work on a lot of these songs, they're not obviously incredibly technical. I'll get to a record later on, or a few that have more technical guitar work, but the feel is spot on with a lot of them.
Oh, nice.
What about Tat?
Oh, Tadva, I love that. Actually, I was going to tell you, Cody, I think you should really listen to Tadva because that opening chord progression of that guitar line, do 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 do. I mentioned it on the Pink Floyd Pop Talk episode, which you can listen to. That Tadva's guitar line reminded me of a certain Pink
Plug
Floyd
in.
song.
Plug. You were saying?
The guitar line in Tadva reminds me of something.
What about Govinda?
Oh, Govinda's great.
Yeah.
It's just a really mellow song. It's sort of like how Lyle said that like one of the Scientist songs was just a really good song to listen to on a rainy day. This is actually a quintessential, for me at least, summer/fall record. I say that because towards the back end there are some more gentler or mellow songs, but even a guitar line and also the organ work on K. Jay Darlington does a great job. And you get that sort of like feel of like, you know, a little bit of the Doors or some parts of Hendrix, but also especially, again, as I said, Natchester, because on like Smart Dogs, it's really pronounced in that main riff of do 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 do. I think Evan actually might really like a track like Into the Deep.
I'll check it
It
out.
has that piano line to open up like do 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 do. I remember actually listening to Kay a lot when I went with my grandmother to Los Angeles in the summer of 2011.
Nice.
And this is one of the records, along with actually Maximum the Homos Fluiki Kayes, that I listened to a lot of that trip. And I remember listening to Into the Deep when I was walking down a street. I believe I was near one of the branches of the LA Public Library. And just like that, I it's one of the things I can actually remember where I was when I was listening to it. And it's a really nice, happy, sort of summery song. And then we get towards some of the, where near the end of the record, a lot more of the psychedelic parts are. Grateful When You're Dead, Jerry was there. Because the Grateful Dead actually have a really big influence on the first two Kula Shaker records, and especially on this two-parter, of course, you know, the tongue-in-cheek reference of Grateful Dead, and then Jerry was there. I believe it's basically written as, like, you know, if someone was actually talking to Jerry Garcia, because I think he had passed away the year before this record came out.
Oh.
And it's pretty good. I know I'm going mostly track by track on this, but like 303, I actually, again, it's a deep cut I really do love. I think it's written about a stretch of highway in Britain, if I remember correctly. At least it's written like that, you know. You're just driving down the 303, you're gonna do some stuff, and even there's a funny line at the end of the second verse. It's like, gotta let it go because I got my stash and I love my hash. Yeah, I got my stash. Think I'll grow myself a big old hairy mustache.
Nice.
With a lot of the lyrics on here, there is kind of like a stream of consciousness approach a little bit, but like there's some interesting moments. Again, Night on the Town I think has a lot of sort of like prince and princess sort of imagery, or like, you know, waiting for Night on the Town, and you know, something about slippers or balls or Garden of Eden. And Start All Over has a fantastic horn section on there. For as short as it is, I kind of wish it went on a little longer because I like it so much. But then we get into the closing track, Hollow Man Parts 1 and 2, that's where I think the most like psychedelic aspects of their influence come in. But it goes on for almost 20 minutes, mostly because it's another one of those records that ends with like a hidden track.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like you think it's over, and then you wait for like 13 plus minutes. But
Which
you
was
actually
a
get a
style
really
at the
interesting sample at the end.
Yeah, I liked how that worked back then with vinyls, because it's almost like you have to discover it for yourself. But
Yeah.
like today's day and age, with trying to like
Yeah,
get stuff off of
you
Apple
can't-
Music, you're like, okay, I'm gonna skip through this until I start hearing something.
Yeah, at this point, like a hidden track's just kind of like a bonus song now. It's not so undercover.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, but what's interesting about Hollow Man is at the end they actually put in a recording of, and I'm going to make sure I get the name right. It is a yoga guru by the name of A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who was the founder of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. I guess it was a recording of him talking about his own guru. So that's kind of the influence that I guess this Hinduism had on Crispin Mills when they were working on this. And also, it's produced by one of the, in my opinion, one of the great UK record producers, John Leckie. He's done some really great stuff, and I feel like his work is pretty known. But hot take: if you're gonna listen to K, listen to the original version, and don't necessarily listen to the version of Into the Deep from the 15th anniversary bonus, like the 15th anniversary edition of it, because for some reason that sort of opening build goes on like I think for 4 to 6 bars longer than it should, and it kind of throws off the whole feel of the track for me. But again, shout out to Rock Band for getting me into this band, and even just like the little details on the record cover with like it's called K, and all the people or characters on the cover all have something to do with the letter K.
Oh, neat.
Like it's that attention to detail.
I'll have to give this a listen because I can't say I'm familiar with this group.
Oh, definitely give it a shot. I think it was one of those where like because 96, 97, post grunge was like mostly coming in.
Yeah.
The music scene at that time, and like at least in general with the popular consciousness, there was a lot of change that was in the air, and I feel like if done right, this record really could have been a spearhead for something like this.
Okay.
Okay, cool story. Okay, thanks, bye.
I'm actually looking at the cover of the album right now, and I'm actually not associating anything with K. I don't recognize anybody here.
So essentially, it was the cover was done by comic artist Dave Gibbons. There are various images of course related to the K, including John F. Kennedy, Lord Kitchener, Karl Marx, Gene Kelly, Katharine Hepburn, Ken Dodd, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Danny Kaye, Superman, or Kal-El, as it says here.
That's a bit of a stretch, but okay.
Boris, yeah, I know that. Some of these are a little stretch-ish, I'll admit. Boris Karloff as Frankenstein's monster, Krishna, King Kong, Martin Luther King Jr., two knights, a pair of keys on one of them. Like, yeah, that goes without saying. They kind of tried to cram as much stuff as they could on here. A kettle, Kali, Kaiser, Nikita Khrushchev, Grace Kelly,
Holy
the
fuck.
number 11 symbolizing K. Well, I guess because it's kind of connected together. And Rudyard Kipling's book Kim.
All right.
Wow.
Good for you. Good for you.
But
Vance.
I mean, you were talking, Lyle, about the Scientist record being a good potential 420 pick. I'd also argue that like you could kind of say the same thing about K. You in the summer you just sit on a lawn chair, put this on, and you just sort of soak everything in.
Oh yeah, I like that kind of stuff. I definitely want to listen to more music like that. I gotta get out of the sludge. I gotta surround myself with more upbeat tunes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good pick.
Thank you, and we circle back around to Mr. Rock Guy.
Hey.
Mr. 90s.
Yeah, speaking
90s
of 90s.
rock, thank you.
Yeah, speaking of 90s, so in 1991, Ozzy Osbourne was another one of those artists, musicians that just like to kind of rejuvenate themselves in a new era. I mentioned that previously with U2 in a previous albums episode.
I think that was the first one we ever did.
Where I was saying like this was a band that was in their heyday was in the 80s, and they really tried to try to fit in with the times in a new era in the 90s with At Chung Baby. And a similar thing happened to not only this album, but actually my next album. But Ozzy released No More Tears.
Nice.
And
so he must know someone else who uses L'Oreal Kids. Bye bye tears.
Oh my god.
Bye bye tears. Yeah, I mean, if anybody has ever seen Little Nicky, clearly I'm a big fan of that soundtrack because you got Little Nicky's opening scene with Running with the Devil, Van Halen, and then later on in the movie when he's I think he's like missing Valerie, is that her name?
Yes.
Patricia Arquette.
Patricia Arquette. It's playing Mom, I'm Coming Home.
Oh,
so
that's one of Ozzy's best ballads.
It's a ballad. It's a crossway between a ballad and a rock song, and it's the ultimate homesick song.
Mm-hmm.
You were playing it before we got on, and before we got on, and I actually said I recognized it. Do 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 do, like that guitar riff.
Said it was like a Weird Al.
Mr. Tinker Train.
Yeah,
that's a great one.
Can you say Mr. Tinker Train? They call me Mr.
Where I was going with that was Weird Al parodied that, took that guitar rhythm and used it for a style parody for a Christmas song he did, The Night Santa Went Crazy. Josh, Cody, Josh, you and I think myself, and Lyle, I think are the biggest Weird Al enthusiasts here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like, I sung the lyrics for The Night Santa Went Crazy, and it's like, it's not like a beat for beat parody of Ozzy Osbourne, but it is like it took that guitar riff.
You hear the sampling of it.
Yeah, the sampling. Yeah, it was a style parody. Yeah.
No, Mr. Tinker Train. That's a great song to kick off the album. I mean, it's very consistently heavy. That's what I liked about it. And like, there's some tracks in it that kind of like I have to stop and think. Wait, is it that song? Is that song? Because like I don't want to change the world and Desire and what's that other one?
Oh man, can we talk about how awesome Hellraiser is?
Hellraiser,
Razor through the thunder and clean. Hot take though, I've heard Motorhead's version more recently. I kind of prefer Motorhead's version from March or Die.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Motorhead record
Not a
from
bad
next
cover.
year.
I was gonna. Lyle already knows it. It's so obvious, but like that's the title track, "No More Tears." That fucking bass is just so grooving.
Oh yes.
Such.
I gotta listen to that again. It was also DLC for Rock Band, but I've like late career Ozzy. I only really started hearing about it like when Black Rain came out.
Oh,
in
is that the
2007.
I Don't Want to Stop?
That's the one that I don't want to stop on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm a big fan of Ozzy. Like I know Blizzard of Oz and like
Quick, rank all of Ozzy's guitarists.
oh geez. Well, Zach Wilde is off of this one. Zach Wilde is insane off of this one. I love it.
I guess I would say of like the peak Zach Wilde stuff that he's done before Black Label Society, No More Tears is probably the best record. I mean, I guess I like some stuff he did on No Rest of the Wicked, but like the solos on Road to Nowhere, like what a way to close out. That's got like 3 solos of its own, and the stuff on AVH and
actually AVH. I always laugh. There's a lyric in there that's riding on a train that I can't control, and I'm like, some might call that a crazy train.
Yeah.
Actually, everybody's got to listen to Zombie Stomp.
It's a really bad rhythm game,
sorry.
but somehow it's a decent track list.
Sorry, can you repeat yourself?
I was saying that I had first heard of AVH because it was in a game called Power Gig Rise of the Sixth String. That's a really bad rhythm game, yet has a really decent track list, like better than it should be for a game that bad.
I've never heard an Ozzy song in a video game other than I guess Guitar Hero or Rock Band.
There were so many.
Those are the ones.
I highly recommend you all listening to Zombie Stomp.
I'll check that out.
Especially if there's a it's wicked bass.
I feel like Zombie
there's a
Stomp
long.
should have been something White Zombie or Rob Zombie solo should have covered.
Hey,
Do the zombie
do the zombie stop. Hey, do the zombie stop.
Well, I did
Actually,
see
maybe
them.
that should have been in Zombieland.
I did see them on tour though, where Ozzy was playing along with Rob Zombie.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a great show.
Okay, people are digging the fucking Pam and Tommy show on Disney Plus. I am waiting the Ozzy Osbourne show. Like my dad read his
The
book.
Osbournes, but it's serious.
my dad read his book I Am Ozzy when we were on a plane, and he's literally like laughing out loud reading this book. Like there are so many crazy stories Ozzy has under his belt that's like it's show worthy. It's insane.
Yeah.
And also
that he can't control.
And also, speaking of the Osbournes from the reality show that was released in the early 2000s, I want everybody to look up afterwards Ozzy trying to use a universal remote. It's the funniest thing you'll ever see. Jack, I can't change the fucking channel.
What the fuck is this?
I press on this one button, and then the shadow starts upstairs. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Boobs. These control designers are fucking boobs.
It's so good. You know, there's something about the track Desire that reminds me of like a later, well, not later, maybe whatever, a 90s Guns N' Roses track.
Right, yeah.
There's something about that
I
song.
get that feel from some of this record.
Desire kind of reminds me of, what's that fucking one song John Connor would listen to? It's off of the Use Your Illusion.
You Should Be Mine?
You Should Be Mine, thank you. Yes. Yeah, Judd, that one reminds me.
Oh, that's a different one.
Hellraiser. Oh, Time After... Evan, listen to Time After Time.
Right, yeah.
I recommend Time After Time.
I saw that track first and I thought, You know, Ozzy covering Cyndi Lauper wouldn't be that bad.
I know, right?
No, it's an original song, I know.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Yeah. That's what I thought too when I saw the track listing. I'm like, oh.
Now I can picture Ozzy singing it, though.
Yeah.
Right, it's like...
Well, Ozzy Osbourne, he's one of the greatest voices in rock and roll, hands down.
Yeah.
Like, you even if you just play a song, you're like, Ozzy, right away.
Yeah.
You just know who it is. So distinct, so great. Yeah.
Oh, easily.
And, there's something that it's funny how people are like, what, you don't want to choose Blizzard of Oz and Bark at the Moon? But I'm like, no, I like No More Tears the most. It hits me more. I don't know.
Again, why did he not do more shampoo commercials? You could have easily, new from Epic Records, the new Ozzy Osbourne album, No More Tears. Disclaimer, do not put shampoo on your No More Tears CD.
Keep out of reach of children.
Well, the only segue towards my next album would be another band that would stay relevant with the times. So it's another carrying over. Not we're out of the hard rock right now.
I mean, I have to make segues for all my albums now.
Well, no,
I'm all over the place.
the way mine's
Same.
segue tonight are actually kind of interesting.
Yeah,
but-
they are. Yours
Yeah,
is
yeah.
working out pretty good.
Yeah, it
Good
carries
job.
over.
Good job, Cody. You're such a good podcast.
I was gonna say poet.
You didn't even
You know, it's like poetry. It rhymes.
I have a really great poem. It's roses are red, violets are blue. I'm a schizophrenic, and so am I.
What about Bob?
I watched one about Bob as well. So.
Excellent movie. All right, Evan.
Yeah.
If that's all you have to say?
Yeah.
Along?
It's you want to talk about segues? Have I got a segue for you? The guy I picked is another rock and roll legend, but the album I'm going to talk about is a one that I feel is kind of underrated, and he did it from the 90s. Okay, so we've all heard of one Bryan Adams, right?
Yeah.
Dun, dun.
Wait, don't you mean Ryan Adams?
No, Bryan Adams.
Does he
Damn
got
it.
it?
I got the wrong ticket.
Does he got his six string that he bought at the Five and Dime?
And he played it till his fingers bled.
in the summer of
Bum,
69?
69.
Dude.
I was
69,
something only
dude.
Evan would get.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh,
Bum, 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 bum.
oh yes! The
That's
guns
different.
will be silent on
Inside-
Remembrance Day.
Inside baseball.
But yeah, so the album I'm going to talk about is from 1998, On a Day Like Today. Now, what's so interesting is I always like to play this album in the fall and guess when it was released.
In the summer?
No. On a Day Like Today came out October 27th, 1998. And, how appropriate, because it feels like a fall album. I have a hard time picking, if I had to pick, my favorite track off of this album, well, first of all, the three songs that wound up on the radio in the year 1999 that you would have heard.
I got this.
Yeah, there were,
Like
wait.
today,
the whole world could
you never want to see the sun go down. That's the only part of this whole record I know is that.
So,
the chorus.
on the title track On a Day Like Today made the radio waves for a long time. What you also may have heard is
One of the Spice Girls was on this.
yeah,
Yes, Mel C.
she was on she collaborated with him on the next song I was about to talk about called When You're Gone, which is that song is probably my second favorite song on the whole album.
And you know what's crazy? The song after that is the second song from 1998 called Inside Out.
Yes. There were two songs. What was the other Inside Out song?
Which, side note, I was starting to listen to the self-titled Eve 6 record this week. It's actually really good.
Oh.
But yeah,
You know the quote-unquote Hard in a Blender song?
Oh, I love that song.
yeah.
It's my
Which,
favorite.
side note, everyone go follow the Eve 6 Twitter. Max
Cool.
Collins actually is pretty solid on there.
All right.
But anyways, so yeah,
Anywho.
you also may have heard, Inside Out was also a huge song on the radio. I remember hearing that on the radio many, many times. Other than that, and the possible exception of Cloud Number 9, you don't hear very many songs from this album. It's not like Reckless, where most of the songs on that album like wound up on the radio at some point. But like for this album, first of all, I love the song that begins the album, How Do You Feel Tonight? There are a lot of songs on this album that just kind of put me at ease. Like, the first two tracks, How Do You Feel Tonight and Come On, Come On, Come On, they're really good, feel-good songs. My favorite song on the whole album is probably Fearless. And, okay, do you guys remember the song Run To You?
Yes.
Okay, Run To You is one of his most popular songs, but it's about, like, him essentially committing adultery.
Yeah.
And he feels so empowered by it. Fearless is the opposite. Fearless,
Wait a minute. Are you telling me Robin Hood would feel empowered by adultery? Wow, that movie is so conflicting now.
Oh, Prince of Thieves, or...
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Don't tell me it's not
Or is
worth
that
fighting
no, that was Everything I Do It For
That's,
You.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
how.
That's off of the Waking Up the Neighbors
Robin
album.
Hood would be so much better if Run To You was playing. He's like, shooting arrows,
But
I'm gonna shoot at you!
anyways, so yeah,
Actually, his song, "I'm Ready" off of his MTV Unplugged is really good.
oh nice.
Oh
Nice.
wow! I didn't realize SpongeBob had such cool music taste.
Yeah,
I'm ready to love you.
that's a good one. So the reason why I brought up going back to Fearless, like, Run To You sounds very upbeat and very, like, like almost like a feel-good song in and of itself, but Fearless sounds like, very intense, and that's one of the things I like about it. It's like how committing adultery actually would feel, Other than that, I just think it's an underrated album, and what other songs do I like? When You're Gone, like I said, is probably my second favorite album. It's my second favorite song of them. Why the fuck do I always confuse songs and albums when I talk about on these episodes? It's so confusing.
It's a
Now,
drinking.
how do you feel about the production? Because there's the one Mr. Bob Rock that produces most of this record.
Can I be honest with you? Like,
You wanted the trash can snare too. I know.
Okay, this is the thing. Because I'm not as good at... When I talk about albums or songs, I can only talk about, like, what they mean to me. Difference between movies is, if a movie resonates with me, I get really curious as to how it was made. I don't have the same curiosity for music, and I don't know why. But
that's fine. I'm vice versa. I care more about how music is made than film.
That's fine, yeah. But can you shed light on this, like, on the production of this album? Because I didn't know much about it.
We go on Music Wikipedia, aka Josh.
Yeah.
Well, I know Bob Rock produced almost all the record, and at that time, of course, at least in the '90s, I know Bob Rock had done Metallica's stuff, like the Black Album and Load and Reload at that time, and he had produced a bunch of other acts at that time as well, I believe. He actually also produced the Veruca Salt record of the previous year, 8 Arms to Hold You, which is pretty great. But he produced a lot of stuff, even like at least a few records a year in the '90s. The self-titled records from Motley Crue and the Cult, Keep the Faith and Bon Jovi, Cher, a David Lee Roth solo record, Skid Row record in '95, and he produced the first disc of Metallica's Garage Inc. compilation just before this came out, among others. But again, I made the joke because this is 5 years before the trash can snare, so
what's the trash can snare?
Saint Anger.
Ugh.
There you go. See, Cody gets
the most raw sounding drum ever.
Oh,
it's so fast and just Saint Anger.
Wow.
I mean, it sounds like an interesting record. I'm just like, I don't know. Me and Bryan Adams, there are some artists I'm only ever really a singles kind of person. I haven't really thought to dive into the records, and I think Bryan Adams is probably going to continue to be that.
Fair enough.
A song that he did off of his, I didn't even know what album it was until just now, but off of his 11 album that came out in 2008, there's a song in it called Tonight We Have the Stars that I remembered I listened to a lot at one of my family reunions back in 2014. Our track list consists of like fucking. I think they repeated a lot of tracks that night.
Oh, yeah.
It was like I swear I heard friggin' "Walk of Life" by Dire Straits like 6 times that night.
Oh,
It was just on repeat. Like, oh, here we go again. Let's do
Do
the
you
Walk of Life.
do you know every time?
And then tonight we have "The Stars" played by
Uh-huh.
Bryan Adams, and it actually was. Hey, not too bad actually.
I gotta check that out.
Yeah, I recommend that song.
I
Tonight
only-
we have
I
The
only-
Stars.
The only songs I know off the 11 album are "I Thought I'd Seen Everything" and "She's Got Away." Those are good albums. You were genuinely shocked when I told you that.
He did it again. Those are good albums.
No, do you remember? You were genuinely you were scrolling about when I told you I was going to talk about Bryan Adams. You were scrolling and you said, "I didn't know he did the music for Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron."
I knew he did the song with Sarah McLachlan.
That was
but
a thing in 2002, and then so was the sequel movie and Netflix series years later.
Well, that was an overall trend of the late 90s, 2000s where I feel like Phil Collins doing this whole soundtrack for Tarzan may have started a trend with animation companies where
Yeah,
it's
but there's a difference. The Tarzan soundtrack's actually good.
whoa!
Oh,
Yeah, I know Spirit slander, but like Comcast can get all the money to put Taylor Swift's Wildest Dreams in that trailer for that Spirit CGI movie or series or whatever, but like, there's a clear difference in quality.
On your album, Evan, on a day like today,
Yeah.
now I'm just waiting for Bryan Adams gets an elephant.
Oh Lord.
You can take the money or the elephant.
Oh yeah. All right, because the album cover.
Yeah, there you
what we're
go.
talking about.
That's
We
the
got that.
joke.
I love like Bryan Adams.
That's probably your most used GIF in any of the chats.
That's the joke.
Yeah.
You always.
But here's the one of the looks. Can you imagine if like a Bryan Adams cover of that? Where's my elephant? Where's my elephant? Hey, they're playing it. Bryan Adams is playing the elephant song. I love that.
Oh, good Canadian rock choice.
Yeah,
Also.
Bryan Adams.
Yes.
That's kind of crazy because my next album's Canadian too.
Alright, so there's a bit of a flow going on
And
here.
a little,
Yeah,
I will say, a little underrated as well.
Yeah,
My next pick, Evan, unless you have anything else to say. Or
that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Oh, good. All right. So my next pick for the night is "Record in a Bag" by Colorado. Just from technically 2009, but re-released in 2010. So I don't know. But this is a nice little indie record. Just really solid all around. I don't think there's like a single bad song in this album. And it's like it even has like this habit that I kind of like when some bands they like record songs that are just clearly during a party or a campfire, and it's kind of like lo-fi, but it just fits the vibe and makes the whole thing kind of nice and tight.
Well, I'm looking at the track list. There's the second track is called "Do the Doot Da Doot Da Doot." I'm like, did he take some inspiration from Sting or the Rolling Stones with
I
"Do
feel like
Do Do Da Da
It was
Da"?
actually a shout out to Nardwuar.
Oh.
That's a really good.
Do ya do. I love the drum break in that song.
Yeah, no, I know
That's pretty intense.
If you want to start a show, that's a good song to kick off the night.
Yeah.
I like.
I like the music video of Americana Rama.
Americana Rama.
Rama is a bop. That's the fun.
Speaking of dudes, like do 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 do. Lord, I miss you.
You showed me the music video of
Hey,
Americana Rama. It was really good.
Philadelphia, it's always sunny. Wild-card bitches.
Is Juliet the good track?
Juliet's
Oh my
another
God,
good
you're
track.
fine now. That song was everywhere in the summer of 2010. I mean, I remember even hearing it in a Rogers Internet commercial, which I think you can still find on YouTube.
Oh, damn.
Imagine how she don't mind dying. Yeah, that's a good.
We
feel like
ate ice cream last night before she slept. Nothing for breakfast except to read the note she left. Gray and white skies. That day was a blur for me. She made me promise not to cry. So here is a drink. I drink to
Juliet.
Are they like the Strokes?
I would actually compare them more to like Sam Roberts meets Cage the Elephant.
I could kind of, I see that comparison, yeah, because the Strokes were a little bit more
Cage the Elephant. Wow. Okay.
garagey.
That's
It's a little more polished to Colorado sound.
Yeah, I mean early Cage the Elephant, but like Sam Roberts,
Okay.
Yeah.
just like nice, clean alternative rock.
I also really love Fake Drugs
That
and Got to
song.
Lose.
Yeah, no, if I had to talk, I pretty much like the whole album, but like Fake Drugs is like, I just imagine someone being chased in slow motion while their luggage is flying out of their hands.
Yeah. I love how Got to Lose opens with like that like the harmonies. It almost sounds like a Proto Fleet Foxes song, and then it breaks in.
Yeah.
Like a wind.
And actually, I would argue Walking on the Sea also is kind of like Weezer light. It's
I
got
agree.
a little bit of the same like do 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 do.
That's a good song too. Yeah, it's weird. Like near the end of the album, they have some really nice ballads like "Got to Lose" and "Hard Love."
Yeah.
I really like that. I remember.
I also really like On My Own because it almost goes in like a Americana like country esque. Like there's a little bit of a country influence in that one. A little more heartlandy.
Yeah, no, because I remember I first found this album at a library, and this is when I realized, oh, I could just borrow CDs and like.
And all you need is this little card to borrow them for free.
Oh, and that's what I did.
I kind of wish I had gotten this on vinyl when it first came out because it was. I think at the time it actually wasn't like a bag, and of course, essentially the success of this record gave them enough motivation, enough funds to put together their own label, a little place called Royal Mountain Records
That's
that
right.
has since helped to launch the careers of many a band, both domestic and abroad.
Yeah, no, they did pretty well for themselves. Regrettably, they didn't last very long. They kind of disbanded in 2019. But the lead singer, Menno Versteeg, he's doing pretty good. He's married to Annie Murphy of Schitt's Creek, so he's doing all right. And yeah, there's a lot of lyrics I really like. I think my favorite one would have to be from "Got to Lose." Is like, there was a man with a monocle eating pineapple outside. He offered me to trade his ride for head. What?
Actually, it's a bit unrelated, but I have a Colorado story. Actually,
Okay, you got a Colorado story. I've never seen them live, but
I didn't either. I mean, actually, no. I remember. Well, when I was doing street team work in 2019, I remember that one of the bands near the end of this like barbecue thing that was playing was Fast Romantics, and I believe at some point I might have only seen it in video after the fact, but I believe Menno actually got on the stage with them and did and did some stuff with them. Now here we go. So in 2014 or 15, they put out this sort of project, 111 songs. It was essentially like a pre-order incentive for their previous record, White Paint, where whoever pre-ordered the deluxe edition, the band would actually write a song about them. And they had like a bonus option where you could get like a whole booklet with all the lyrics and pictures.
Oh, you got it.
Nice.
Yeah, so basically it was an MP3 bundle, but it's kind of a neat little book. It's got like descriptions of all the songs, and it's got pictures and stories, and it's really. I don't think it's available on the Royal Mountain merch anymore, but it's kind of a cool thing to go through. And I kind of wish that the sound for the first two Colorado records kind of continued, but I think the legacy of Colorado as a whole isn't so much in the band itself, and more what they did for the Canadian music industry as a whole. Especially again with the mental health initiative they started up a few years ago. I also, what did you think actually, Lyle, about the bonus track on Apple Music, My Friend Sally?
I don't think I heard that one, fortunately.
Yeah, it's fine.
Did you like it?
I think it's pretty good, although I kind of feel like it ends well enough with What's Everybody Running For Part 2.
Yeah.
But it was in the early 2010s when like iTunes bonus tracks were still all the rage and things like that. It's the little throwaway of like Reno Chunk,
yeah, just a 10-second song. Just a 10-second song.
The music video game early on was like pretty impressive. I mean, that was like at the beginning they were just like a bunch of this like cool average guys that just like to play music and jam and party a little bit, because I got that feeling from the Juliet video, but then Americana Rama, they clearly had a lot of production value in there, and it Got to Lose especially.
That video, like for Americana Rama, gives me such Spike Jones energy. Just the fact that it's all sped up and like it hits the beats so correctly.
There's the choreography with the colored paper and everything.
Yeah, the background. That's the stuff that impressed me the most, and I think
there was a behind the scenes video on YouTube for the Americana Rama video.
Oh, now I gotta watch that.
I
Looks
can't
like
imagine.
Americana was in Shaun White's skateboarding or snowboarding. One of those.
Hey, I remember a song you recommended. Snow Patrol,
Yes, very good.
save your soul. It's a callback from the last album's episode.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah, I know that Colorado. I mean, White Paint, their next record, kept some of that sound, but I feel like they never quite captured it quite the same way as on Record in a Bag.
I know, I feel bad. Like, this is the one album where I've listened all the way through. I haven't really had the motivation to, like, listen to their other stuff. And I feel like that's just, like, me with most artists. Like,
It happens.
most of the
I
times
think
I'll
you'd like White Paint though. Just with 111 songs. One, I think it's only available on Canadian streaming services. Two, that is like hours worth. So be prepared to like split it up in chunks or just like pick and choose.
Well, I know the song Pick Me Up. I like that song quite a bit.
Oh, I love So It Goes. Even though the subject matter of So It Goes is kind of dark, but it's a pretty catchy song.
Yeah.
And of course the title track from the 2017 record Born Yesterday.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one here who listens to Colorado. We get to have a nice little...
I just remember in 2010 when Juliet was like a big single. That was when I was listening to The Edge a lot. So like that was the kind of scene.
Well, I'm so happy that I now have instructions here on how to put a record in a bag. You provided me with instructions that I've been like walking
Step
around my
one,
whole life struggling.
Get a bag. Step 2, get a record.
And
Step
so-
3,
I'm
put the record
so
in
happy.
the bag.
So artistically rendered,
Thank
too.
you,
I
thank
mean,
you,
that
thank you,
album's
Lyle.
just beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you,
You're
Lyle,
welcome.
for providing me with instructions on how to do that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm keeping it alive for you guys. All right, Josh, what's your next album?
Unfortunately, Cody, I have no such simple instructions for my next pick. I apologize, but I hope no one's had any sugar recently because this is going to feel like such a sugar rush by contrast.
Uh-oh. Cody and I just had sugar. We had some cookies.
Well, too bad. So
Let's hear it.
my next pick is the sophomore album from Japanese singer, songwriter, blogger, and all-around ball of pop energy, Kyori Pamyu Pamyu, Nanda Collection from 2013. This is what I think is one of the best examples of modern J-pop. There are a lot of bops on here. The production is chaotic, but also like I cannot get some of these melodies out of my head. Ninjari Bang Bang, you have to listen to that like right now. And also, I really love the cover of Capsule's Super Scooter Happy. In my notes, I have Mario Kart Beach Track. You listen to like that, even the original song, but the cover, it sounds like something you would hear when driving on Cheap Cheap Beach, or one of the beach tracks.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Invader, Fashion Monster, Saigo no Ice Cream, Furiso Deishon. Any of the singles that have music videos, which side note, Kiari's music videos are just as, if not more, bonkers than the songs themselves.
See, first you listen to that Japanese rock album that one time, and then you got the Japanese pop album.
I feel like that is maybe opposite extremes.
Oh yeah, totally.
Just the general, like, there's a fashion aesthetic to some of the videos, but just like, they really do a great job of obviously fitting the production of the record. And I first heard this through Anthony Fantano's review of it in 2013. And when I worked at Wonderland that summer, that was one of the records I listened to a lot.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
It's a bit of an upbeat album. Frankly, I haven't heard of it, so like, is it?
I definitely think you should check it out.
What's the tone, Mr. Weinberg? What is the tone?
What's the tone?
Yeah.
Does it need more cowbell?
You need more cowbell? Is it gonna give me a fever?
I think cowbell might be the wrong fit because it's kind of like I don't know much else to say other than it's pretty. It's sweet, but it's also it gets kind of all over the place at times. But like the hook work on here, like Invader, Ninja Bang Bang again. Even a track like Saigo no Ice Cream, like I can pick out some really good harmonies in here, and it's an example of why I'm glad that like at least with streaming, there's a lot more stuff from Japan that is able to be listened to internationally, and you don't have to jump through too many hoops to do it.
All right.
Because I think a lot more people should get to know, should get more involved with J-pop. Because at least for me, it's another example of like, I always felt my tastes were kind of, more adventurous in terms of, finding stuff from outside of North America. And especially with Kiari's discography, I think this is actually a great place to start because she's put out records since then. But I think this is probably the best starting point. And what was interesting was I actually heard of this record before The Simpsons used one of her tracks in the episode Married to the Blob. That was Pom Pom Pom, which was in the record before this. But it was one of those like hipster moments, like I knew this person before they got major exposure.
Right.
Or I knew of them. And like even if you look at the artwork, it's kind of wacky. It looks like it's almost, like for kids and stuff. But I mean, it is obviously there's a child friendliness to it. But I mean, I remember around that time there were a lot of comparisons being drawn to taking a lot of influence from like Lady Gaga and early Katy Perry.
I was thinking that. Yeah.
I can kind of see it. The Lady Gaga, especially in fact, I believe that she opened for Lady Gaga at one point.
Oh.
Or at least there was some aspect of that. It would have been interesting, again, like with J-pop, it would be interesting to see it live, except, and I believe this is correct information, she's only played in Toronto once to date, and that was March of 2014 at what is now known as Rebel.
Oh yeah, I saw Foles at Rebel.
Alright.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to go to a lot of concerts just because, especially now, I've never been good around people, but like that's part of why I love stuff like J-pop, K-pop, anything that's really, I wouldn't say exaggerated, but just more like it encourages the imaginative aspects of my personality. That's where I can really like feel everything. Yeah, I think actually, let's see. Yeah, I feel like Invader would be one that Lyle should check out because it's got a good hook, but it's also got, at least with the something like the whoa 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 yeah yeah yeah. It reminds me almost like 50s surf music, like like in terms of the maybe not sort of like Beach Boys or like Pipeline, Wipeout, Shantays and Safaris. That kind of like. It's not like that Family Guy joke, like the Hickadoola Beach Party thing, but it's that kind of idea.
Hickadoola.
And it's kind of interesting. Oh yeah, also Ninja Ray Bang Bang was used in Sing, so it's like I knew of this before, mainstream American kids films used that stuff.
I'm surprised that
not used, destroyed.
I'm surprised
you didn't like Sing.
Oh yeah, you know what?
I saw the trailer.
That was the equivalent of the Minions in that film. I'm sorry.
I saw the trailer for Sing, and I'm like, no thanks.
I'm surprised.
But Kimini 100% was used as one of the openings for Crayon Shin-Chan. So, for any anime fans out there,
#mute Sing.
And I feel like the production is a big part of Kiari's work, especially since her main producer Yasutaka Nakata has gone on to also work with acts like Perfume. And his own sort of recording project Capsule has been covered a lot. Well, especially with Kiari, she covered one of his other songs, Candy Candy, on her debut from 2012. And Candy Candy, like if you want a hook, that it's obviously like a little bit more what you think of when you think of J-pop in terms of a hook, but like that is a slapper.
I need to listen to more world music.
Yeah.
It's so much easier to get into J-pop and J-rock now, Cody. I don't know why you haven't started.
The
I don't know why you haven't started.
The irritation of Josh's
There was something else I was going to say about this. Give me a sec. Damn it, I forgot what I was going to say.
Sorry.
I forgot what I was supposed to say.
I forget what I do.
I can't remember. So I may or may not have reviewed this album on a podcast several years before on another corner of the internet, but I feel like I'm trying to redeem myself for it and do it more justice because this is a better podcast.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
No shade at the other podcast, but I feel like, especially now that we're getting into like the warmer time of the year, that's when you need the zanier records in your playlist.
Absolutely.
Oh, we're gonna get to that with my last choice.
But I think it's time we head back over here.
Oh shit! Is it already round 3?
It's round 3 now.
We're
being concise tonight.
That's good. That's good.
What are we improving as hosts?
Yeah, we're keeping it on track. What is this?
All right, well,
Stay on target. Stay on target.
Stay on topic.
well, yeah, going back to I mentioned before, artists and bands fitting in with the times. If they feel like they have washed up a bit, then they try to just perk themselves up. So Duran Duran, they were very popular in the '80s.
Oh, yeah.
The album Rio, of course. It has a Marty Wolf's favorite song, "Hungry Like the Wolf." Save a.
He fucking dances to that almost as if on cue.
That was the first time I heard that song, and I was like,
Oh, same here.
I love this song.
Yeah.
"Hungry Like the Wolf" is incredible.
Do you know what's hilarious? After, my brother and I were watching that movie at our dad's house, and then my dad's like, "Oh, your mother liked this band." He forgot the name of the band, but he knew the song. It's like, "Oh, your mother liked this
They're
band."
pretty much like everybody's parents' band. It's like
Yeah.
you're into them or they're not, because like they're new wave. They're very
Heavy.
Also,
new
do you
wave.
remember?
Yeah.
Also, I remember the film translation from page to screen of Nolan Sorrento from Ready Player One. Come on, Wade. I'm the guy who likes to. People think I'm like this old corporate tool, but I like to crack open a beer and listen to some Duran Duran. It's like, no, you fucking don't.
You like Huey Lewis in the news?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ready Psycho 1. Hey, there's an idea.
Yeah.
Ready American Psycho 1.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Hungry Like the Wolf, Save a Prayer, even Rio. Yeah, Rio. Yeah,
Excellent bass song.
they're all like popular songs. Even the James Bond, A View to a Kill.
Yeah,
that was-
I like that song. I don't give a fuck.
Girls on Film. What are the other
That's
ones?
self-titled.
Notorious. Yeah. Like they're big in the '80s.
Yeah.
I'm even surprised that like they even came out with such banger songs, because like the band members all hate each other.
The Tiger is a great record. Notorious when Nile Rodgers produced them.
Yeah.
That was some funky stuff.
Yeah, no, they have tons. But the band members all hate each other. I'm actually surprised that they can come up with some music sometimes. Yeah. So then when it feels like they washed up at the tail end of the '80s, they come out in 1993, the year I was born.
Yeah.
With the album, it's technically self-titled, but we all like to call it the wedding album.
Well, also because the first album was self-titled, so you got to distinguish, and you can't be like Weezer and just name your albums different colors.
Or Seal, and name his second album Seal as well.
My next few albums are going to be self-titled too. That's interesting.
Yeah, the wedding album. This is, I think this album's kind of beautiful in a lot of ways.
Yeah, you showed me one of the songs, and it was quite nice.
I mean, who doesn't love Ordinary World?
Yes.
It's a fucking gorgeous song. It's absolutely, like... Apparently, Simon LeBlanc said, the singer, he said that he lost one of his friends.
Yes.
Like a younger friend at the time when they were, like, writing this album. And he said, like, for his, like, mental state, he just suddenly, like, he literally said to himself, and if you know the song, he said, like, I'm not going to cry for yesterday. There's an ordinary world, and I just have to find it. Like, to try to put yourself back in that state of mind of try to, like, grieve.
Mm-hmm.
And wow, such an amazingly beautiful written song. The chorus, as you said, Lyle, just hits of Ordinary World. Oh my god, there's a guitar solo was absolutely incredible. It's that or Hungry Like the Wolf, like they'll go down in history of. It's such a beautiful song.
Nice.
But not even
side note.
Yeah.
The version that LeBlanc did with Luciano Pavarotti at the War Child benefits for Bosnia, that is pretty damn beautiful too.
Oh yeah.
Like.
No, he's an incredible
They actually
singer.
wrote new lyrics in Italian. It was more of like a free translation or free adaptation of it, but it's like one of the best opera singers in history singing this with Simon LeBlanc.
And I said before, like, I mean, I think all three of my albums so far have had, like, their first track is just, you gotta start off your album, like, this way. Like, too much information. I mean, for them to open up with the lyrics, destroyed by...
Duran Duran became forever known for popularizing an internet acronym.
Destroyed by MTV, I hate to bite the hand that feeds. I'm like, damn, these guys are just like...
Hey, why didn't Trent Reznor work with Duran Duran?
You keep it in step.
Didn't Sting also have songs like "Too Much Information Running Through My Brain"?
Too much of a good thing, baby. It's bad.
Not sure.
I think that was the
Insane.
Police. That was no, I think.
Well, you know, the Police.
Now, there's 2 tracks that I believe are perfect for a makeout session.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm not kidding. I'm
Yeah,
not
like
kidding.
you know from experience.
I'll be the judge.
Well, one
of that,
I did.
buddy.
One I have.
Whoa. How do you know, Evan?
The,
What do you mean? How do I know?
the hit song off of this album, "Come Undone," is like a great.
Wait, I've come undone today. Oh, that's the other one.
Oh yeah, it's that classic
Sorry,
Duran
it's
song.
podcast.
There's also "Love Voodoo" as well. It's a kind of a seductive kind of song.
Oh yeah.
The bass pops in all most of these. The quickest song off this album, it's like less than a minute, but the sound mixing in it is incredible. It's called Shotgun.
Yeah.
And it's just like mixing a bunch of shotgun shells hitting the floor and gunshots.
Yeah.
And it's just like the most coolest sound I've ever heard in my life. It's so neat. I don't know how they did this.
That's my favorite weapon of all time, so I gotta hear that song.
And the funny thing is that like the later half of the album with like the tracks 10, 11, 12, and 13, like None of the Above, Shelter, To Whom It May Concern, and Sin of the City, it like normally with albums I find like you always want to put your strongest songs at the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh no. That's the opposite with this one.
I don't follow that philosophy either.
These 4 songs hit so well, and I'm surprised that none of them, especially Shelter, none of them were released like singles, which I'm surprised about.
Do you
Like
think
Shelter
it's-
feels like a single, and yet it's not, and it's so good. It's one of those shower tracks. I have like a secret shower, like when I'm in the shower,
and
I'm singing to myself songs.
Okay,
Does that also
Squidward.
cross over with the makeout set?
La-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-dum, la-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-dum. No.
You said you're sweet.
We bet you're sweet. Ass.
Yeah. How many times are we gonna reference The Simpsons?
Never
tonight,
ends. Never ends.
Oh my God.
It's so to
Never
speak.
enough
Where the
time.
fuck do you think we're doing? No. Shelter. I sing all the time. There's even. It's so strange, but Shelter bleeds really nicely into Whom It May Concern. And you're going to be like the whole time when you're listening to that, like, who the fuck is Mr. Bone?
Yeah.
They keep referring to this Mr. Bone guy.
Yeah.
And then the last track, Sin of the City, I'm not kidding. Like, it's a 7-minute track, but by the end of it, it's so relentlessly jammed, filled with, like, just them just jamming out, sorry.
Yeah.
But, like, the very last, like, 30 seconds, it sounds like they're literally setting, like, their fucking studio on fire.
Well, yeah.
Everything sounds like it's just burning. I don't know. It's so
Yeah.
strange.
Well, considering what the subject matter of that track is, I think it makes more than just a little sense.
I don't know. I look at it differently. Also, help me out, Josh. The song Breath After Breath. There's a Portuguese, Japanese singer that duets with Simon in a song.
Milton Nascimento?
Oh my god.
Nascimento?
The second half of this song, Breath After Breath, when they're duetting together, he's singing something in Portuguese, which I remember at a time I did try to translate it. I was trying to know what the lyrics are in English. But hearing him also on top of Simon, and then that piano work, it's just, again, it's such a beautiful fucking album. Like, it's a highlight. Breath After Breath is a
I think
highlight.
especially, this is the first album that Warren Cucurullo played on, because he had just joined Duran Duran before this.
Who?
And
Oh.
to see someone like Warren go from playing with Missing Persons and Frank Zappa to, with what had been seen as a relatively light group in Duran Duran, there was a lot of depth that his playing added, and I respect the hell of that. Now I'm interested. I think they do a pretty decent cover of the Velvet Underground's Femme Fatale.
Okay, that's the funny thing. I think all of us have this with any album that you're into. Do you have just like that one song that you're like, I'm skipping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No matter how much you love the album, you have
I
one
can see
song
that.
you skip. I don't care about their cover of the Velvet Underground's Femme
And
Fatale.
they do a better Lou
It's-
Reed cover on the Thank You on the Thank You album with Perfect Day anyway.
Oh, it's so funny you say that, Josh, because this is the only cover they have on the Wedding album. And then when I was looking up like their discography, that album,
Oh my
Thank
God.
You. That album, Thank You, is nothing but covers. But then I'm looking at
And
the
they're
critical
all-
response.
They're pretty good covers too.
But I'm looking at the critical response, and it's like it's probably listed one of the worst albums of all time.
Because I guess in the mid-90s, some younger critics weren't a fan of an older British rock band covering a bunch of stuff. Which it opens with a cover of Melly Mel's White Lines, and that is that's a bop.
Okay, that explains why. I was just so shocked that when I was looking under, I remember one time I looked like, what are the worst albums of all time? And thank you,
And
Duran
they
Duran
even
is in
covered
there.
Public Enemy's 911 as a joke. Like, that's a really interesting. That takes a lot of guts to cover hip hop pioneers, but then also have cover Perfect Day in there. Have a cover of Bob Dylan's Lay Lady Lay, and then Led Zeppelin's Thank You. On like the Crystal Ship by the Doors.
Oh,
The
Led
Wedding
Zeppelin's
album
Thank
is
You.
really interesting again
Nice.
because it did mark Duran Duran's sort of second real resurgence in pop culture.
Totally, yeah.
And there are very few bands that have more than one. And I would argue Duran Duran actually managed to get a third chance, a third run, when in 2004 when their Astronaut album came out.
Oh, yeah, I heard good things
With like
about Astronaut.
the
Yeah.
Jason Nevins mix of Sunrise. Reach out for the sunrise.
Yeah, I heard good things about the Astronaut. I listened to, well, not listened to, I watched a kind of a behind the record or behind the band episode.
I
on Duran
watched
Duran.
Behind the Music too.
Oh, is it? It's on Prime or Apple? It's on something. I clicked it on. It was
I
on.
watched the official Behind the Music. There was an actual Duran Duran documentary.
Yeah. Yeah, they said good things about about Astronaut. It's a shame about the track Drowning Man. They don't do that many live performances of Drowning Man, and I
Well,
don't
I have
know.
a song on one of my later picks that like the band hasn't played in years.
I don't know. Drowning Man would be so good live. The drumming, it like just hits so well in that one. It's so simple, but it hits.
You know, I thought at first with Breath After Breath, I'm like, oh, is this the song you play after breaking Benjamin's breath? Because it's called Breath After Breath.
Oh God, I
Evan's like,
associate.
I feel called out for some reason.
I associate like Papa Roach and Breaking Benjamin with like my friends in high school, where I was
'cause
just like,
had heard
I was
Drowning
not
Man
into
and I
that
thought
shit.
Drowning cool.
Because
I was not into that stuff. at
Breath
all.
is actually a song that I play when I'm really angry, just for the record. Just
Here's one that'll calm you down.
songs.
Listen to "Come Undone" by Duran Duran.
Sure.
I recommend that to you. It'll calm you down.
Yeah.
And I recommend
Now I'm just
"Sin of
imagining
the City."
Duran covering
The last
Korn's
track,
Coming Undone.
please. Which one? Sorry.
And now I'm imagining Duran Duran covering Korn's Coming Undone.
Oh my god.
I'm coming
That's
undone. And Josh, I recommend "Drowning Man." I know I just said it, but I think you'll get a kick out of it. And the history behind.
I really need to make a habit of listening to what everybody recommends.
I know.
Well, I've been doing that with you guys. So.
I know we have to. We got to pick up the slack.
I've actually I've been doing it sorta well, because interestingly enough, last year when we on one of the, I think it was the third albums episode, I listened to two albums that we were talked about, Grace Under Pressure and 22 A Million, and I was like, wow, well, these are really good albums.
It might be over soon.
Narrator, it wasn't.
What? I love it.
Yeah.
All right, two last points I'll make about it is that the album cover is just all the band members' parents back in when they all got married.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a nice little collage.
I like when they do that.
And funny enough, Evan, I don't know if it's this episode. I don't know if you're going to mention this album, but there's The Invisible Touch, Genesis, right? You said you liked that one?
The Invisible Touch, the album,
The Invisible
by
Touch is
Genesis.
pretty great.
Yeah.
I like In Too Deep and Land of Confusion on that album, right?
I like one out of two of those songs are really good.
I like half of those.
I think I know which
I
one.
heard him
I
tweet
know
it,
which. I think I know which
don't
one
picture
you're going to
Phil
say is
Collins
really
trying
good.
to cover Sum 41. Don't picture Phil Collins trying to cover Sum 41.
No.
Which one do you think I like?
God, no.
I'm going to say you like Land of Confusion and dislike In Too Deep.
You know me too well.
Yeah.
Okay, but no, I was saying that one summer I listened to both the Wedding album and Invisible Touch, like a lot, kind of on repeat. That eventually I just combined the two of them together on Apple Music and just called the playlist "The Invisible Wedding."
Oh wow!
And I literally,
so that's what happens to the Invisible Man. He gets a happy ending. See,
I
if
literally,
Hollow Man ended like that, it would have made more money.
I literally overlaid like the hand of the Invisible Touch with all the wedding photos. I literally overlaid them
That's
too.
an interesting project, combining different albums together from disparate worlds and actually making them work.
You know what?
Yeah.
They actually fit well together. Like I going straight from Domino to like Sin of the City actually worked out pretty well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Land of Confusion and then going to Too Much Information. It worked. I don't know.
Oh yes, the land of TMI.
Nice.
Yeah, the Wedding album. So, is that the end of my 90s? No, we're at my next pick is at the tail end of the 90s.
Okay,
So it's
Curdy.
That's
so
my
here's a
last
question,
90s.
But are you gonna play the wedding album at your wedding?
Probably. I'll play Ordinary World for sure at my wedding.
Close
Absolutely.
enough.
Absolutely.
Good enough.
I will learn to survive.
You will survive.
As long as
as
he
long
knows
as
how
you
to
know
love,
how to
he
love,
knows
you
how
will
to
As
survive.
long as you
survive.
know how to build a man cave.
All right.
You.
Oh,
Evan.
I'm like,
You. Yes.
I forgot what I was supposed to. I forgot what I was supposed to say.
Evan, you. Yes. Me. Now, me too.
I didn't expect you to. Okay, just
Fucking
little,
burly
little
brawl.
side tangent.
We were watching Matrix Reloaded, and goddamn it, Agent Smith is like the funniest thing in
Well,
that movie.
I didn't expect you to laugh that hard when he just finds another agent. It's like
he assimilates.
he assimilates the
It's
agent.
like you. Yes, me.
Me,
too.
me.
It's like,
Me
did a
It's
high
all about you.
did
isn't
a
it?
high schooler write that?
You know what I realized?
That's
The Matrix sequels are all about the 3 R's: Reloaded, Revolutions, and Resurrections.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And now rest
And
in
then
peace.
Rest in
A reboot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the 4 R's, good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
So,
But anyway, so
What are you covering next, Evan?
the next, okay. Remind me to come back to this side tangent later on because I do have something to say. The next album I want to talk about is, once again, Cody. I feel like we did. By the way, we totally did not discuss the order in which we were talking about our. We didn't discuss in which order our albums were going to be discussed tonight. But you went back to the 80s. I'm taking you back to the 80s too because my next album is from 1985. I guess Josh really likes this because he's like, my man,
I'm
we're
really
not.
glad you picked this one.
The Hounds
For
of
good
Love.
reason.
The Hounds of Love by Kate Bush.
Yeah.
Now, the album cover is exactly what you think it is. It's Kate Bush posing with a couple of hounds.
With her dog.
With her dogs.
How adorable.
Oh, it is adorable. But anyways, so, this, I haven't really talked much about vinyls. Not to say but do not mistake my silence for ignorance. I know.
No one says vinyls, by the way.
Oh, what do they say?
Except I just did now, damn it.
We usually say records.
Okay, so you want to talk about
records.
records? So, because
This has been Grammar with Josh and Lyle.
okay, for a couple of years, I worked in a media store, the late HMV, and or HMV. No, it's HMV is still very much alive in Kate Bush's country of origin, the UK, but in HMV Canada, it went under.
Well, what's ironic is the company that replaced them here then bought them over there.
Yeah. Sunrise. Oh,
it's a
shit.
weird Ouroboros kind of
So
thing.
the reason why I want to say that I don't talk a lot about records or vinyls, but do not mistake my silence for ignorance because I know quite a bit about vinyls, and one of the things I actually learned was I discovered this album at the tail end of last summer. And it was actually one song, Cloud Busting specifically. I'm just going to get this out of the way. Cloud Busting is not only my favorite song off of this album, it actually is one of my favorite songs of all time. Because
it's such a good track.
It's a feel-good song.
I'll give it a listen. Yeah.
But this is the thing, like, I'm all about, manifestation and just, setting mental and psychological intentions for going after the things I want. And at the time, with the vaccine rates climbing and things opening up. This was before Omicron became a problem, but like it felt like the pandemic was kind of sort of ending, and there were fewer COVID cases. People felt safer going out, and so I started actively dating, and I discovered Cloud Busting at work because someone was playing it on the PA system at the warehouse I work at, and I liked what I heard at first. Now, I didn't love it instantly, but then I listened to it again because I kind of liked, the violin chords that were in the chorus, and then I listened to it on my own time. And I swear to God, sometimes when you hear a song in public and then you like it and it compels you to listen to it in private, you fall in love with the song. Feels more intimate when you're listening to it by yourself.
Holy shit! It's so interesting to hear someone say that out loud because that's a deep feeling I have about music.
Nice.
Sometimes it's
Yeah,
so
cool.
strange you say that.
But yeah, so I listen to Cloud Busting on my own time, and this is a song that just gets better and better. And one song that actually helped me, set goals for myself was the one lyric in the chorus. I just know that something good is going to happen. I don't know when, but just saying it could even make it happen. And that became a bit of a mantra for me. And believe it or not, sometime after I discovered cloud busting, I I started telling people out loud, "Oh, I'm going to be in a relationship by this Christmas," and I was in a relationship by this Christmas. Yeah.
Okay.
So
you kind of look at it as like an omen song.
Precisely.
Like a good luck, I guess? Like a good luck charm?
Yeah. And it's still a favorite. Like I said, it quickly earned its place in my heart as one of my all time favorite songs. And this is a tune I discovered less than a year ago. Might I add?
The big hit off of this is "Running Up That Hill."
Yes, that is the
Running Up That Hill is amazing.
Yeah. Running Up That Hill,
it's
a deal with God.
It's funny. The only thing I actually no. Here, I want to see if anybody gets this answer right. The only thing I know about Kate Bush is that she was featured on a track that was the first album that I ever talked about on So to Speak.
Yes,
which one was it?
Peter Gabriel's album.
Ding 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 ding. Yes, Don't Give Up. Yes,
and what's funny is, my favorite song off that album was Big Time, and on the
You're on your way of making it.
I don't want to get too sidetracked, but I made a playlist for the year 2021, and I am not kidding. Cloud Busting with Big Time by Peter Gabriel comes after Cloud Busting, and when I went
not even Don't Look Up or Don't Give Up. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not Don't Look Up. We don't want to talk about that one.
Oh, yeah.
Don't Give Up.
Yeah.
Featuring Kate Bush. She has a beautiful voice.
I'll have to go back. I want to go back and listen to it now, but yeah, no, the two Sledgehammer and Big Time were the two songs I remember. But yeah,
now,
but
can
before
we talk about the title track?
Yes,
that is also a fantastic song.
This is why I want to talk about vinyls, because when I went home to spend Thanksgiving weekend with my mom and brother, my mom was driving me up from the city because it happened to work out. I was either gonna go up and see her, or she happened to be in the area and was like, "Yeah, I'll give you a ride." So I play this song I play this album for her, and sometimes I like to tease my mom. Hey, Mom, have you ever heard of this? 90% of the time I discover an album from the 80s or 70s or even 90s, she will say, "Yes, I've heard of it."
Sick of it, yeah.
But she owned Hounds of Love on vinyl, and not only that, once she told me that, it occurred to me exactly where A-side. It was the first time where I looked at this album I know exactly where A-side ended and B-side began. A-side was Running Up That Hill, Hounds of Love, The Big Sky, Mother Stands for Comfort, Cloud Busting, and Dream of Sheep. Side B was Under Ice, Waking the Witch, Watching You Without Me, Jig of Life, Hello Earth, and The Morning Fog.
I hate to be the nitpicker, but Dream of Sheep is actually the opening track to the second side.
Oh, it is? Never mind.
That's what I'm looking at here.
Okay, forget it. Well, I was under here's the thing. I was under the impression that because after and Dream of Sheep, the tone of the album completely shifts.
That's the beauty of the second side of what's known as the ninth wave.
Exactly. Yeah. So talking about side A, Cloud Busting I've already rambled on about. I liked Running Up That Hill is a very powerful tune. Hounds of Love is also good. It reminds me of the lake that my mom currently lives by right now. And it reminds me of growing up in Richmond Hill too. The Big Sky is
simpler times.
The Big Sky is probably my second favorite song on the album. But believe it or not, if Captain Marvel included songs from the 80s. Lyle
Yeah,
is
but it's not allowed to throw his head
Lyle's
back
just
now.
cringy. It was Captain
I'm
Marvel.
wondering where you're going with this.
So-
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering where you're going with this.
If the Big Sky was in Captain Marvel, the movie would have been better.
But again, it's
alright.
80s though. You got to stick to 90s.
Yeah, like I wish they would have maybe
The
incorporate things a
fascinating
little
thing is,
bit.
Running Up That Hill is so influential.
Yeah.
It was basically the basis for the drum part in Coldplay's Speed of Sound 20 years later.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah,
Wow.
and Hounds of Love, I first heard of it actually because there was a cover by the UK rock group The Futureheads, which was, again, DLC for Rock Band in 2010,
Yeah.
along with another track of theirs, but like it got me to go back and listen to the original, and I've really come to appreciate a bunch of Kate Bush's discography. I mean, I think obviously everyone should start with Hounds of Love, but then go back to like The Dreaming or, Lionheart and Never Forever,
Yeah.
and even some of her records after this, like The Sensual World and The Red Shoes, even her last record, 2011's 50 Words for Snow, aren't bad. But this is like, I think, the best example of sort of Kate in her prime. The art pop is there, the progressive influence is there, the production, the songwriting. This is where it all really comes together.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Except I still wish Sony would make a Cloudbusters franchise.
I actually got curious.
Will there be a chance of meatballs?
Oh,
Get
Cloudbusting
out.
with a chance of
Get
meatballs.
the hell out, he
Okay.
says.
Going to the side B. My third favorite song on the whole album. Well, first, before I get into that, I really liked Under Ice and Waking the Witch. Play those two songs on Halloween. Thank me next Halloween.
All right.
Yeah. No, like Waking the Witch is a trippy ass song. I love it. The Jig of Life is really groovy.
I wonder what steps you have to do for the Jig of Life.
I don't know. I only danced a jig once on live TV. True story.
Okay.
I've only danced a jig once. It's yeah. But I just threw while we were listening to at work. They were playing Celtic music on St. Patty's Day, and I just threw on the Jig of Life. I know Kate Bush is an Irish, she's British, so that's kind of a bit of a conflict there. But like, yeah.
Okay.
Well, you guys know your history with like
Josh's face
St.
palm.
Patty's Day and all that, right? And the
Yes.
whole English and the Irish. And, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways,
Well, there's Hounds of Love, there's Hounds of Hell, there's the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Right.
Dogs have a very important place in literature and pop culture.
yeah, they
Yes,
do.
people like dogs, I guess.
Yeah, they do. People
Yeah, there's
like
even
dogs.
that movie. I think it was
People
called
like dogs.
Woman in Her 40s Dates the Guy Can Say Anything. No, it was Must Love Dogs.
Yeah.
There's a deep cut.
Yeah. So great album.
Yeah.
It's very unique. Like, but I would definitely It's sad that Running Up That Hill is the only song on this album that gets any real radio attention. I think.
Hounds of Love gets radio attention.
Are you? Okay, fair
I'm
enough.
pretty sure it would.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, but yeah, like great. It's a good album. Check it out.
All right.
The first side is where the hits are. The second side is where the artistry is.
Yeah.
Ah.
Now, just to clarify, so remember how you were telling me that you introduced either a movie or a song to I can't remember what you introduced to your friend Pat, but you said that you introduced a certain movie to him, and then he had just seen it recently, and he's now goes around saying this is one of his all-time favorites.
Oh, the lobster?
Yes, that's
Okay,
the one.
yeah. Well, no. What happened was
Lobster.
because he's like a huge Kubrick fan.
Right.
I just went to go. I went to go see The Lobster as an early screening early that year. It was like 2015.
Yeah.
And when I saw it, I immediately thought of Pat, and I texted him right away. I said, "Dude, if you want to see a movie that feels like it is like Stanley Kubrick back from the dead, check out The Lobster." And he's like, "I will." And then not only did he think it was fantastic, it's like in his top 5. Anything that he sees by Yorgos Lanthimos is like his favorite film.
Well,
Oh,
that
nice.
guy basically
Wow.
is the next Cooper.
So
Yeah.
I like that because
I
like
feel like that movie needed more
initially
rock
I
lobster.
felt like in hearing that story gave me the confidence to call Cloud Busting one of my all-time favorite songs because it's like I only discovered the song Cloud Busting like when I was 29, and it's like I have 29 years of music that I've listened to, and it's like, wow, that song like is in my top 10, is in my top 5 songs.
Well,
like,
I
all-time for
don't
sure.
even remember me telling you that story, but I'm happy that it
Yeah,
impacted you.
because it's like no, it doesn't matter how late in life you discover something. If it resonates with you, call it your favorite, and don't care how other people criticize you for picking favorites, because it's like, wow, if it resonates with you at a certain time in your life, it resonates with you. So that's pretty much all I have to say. What do you got for us next, Lyle?
All right. Well, this one's gonna be you guys are sitting in the '80s. I'm going right back to the '90s again. And speaking of '90s, Cody,
Yes.
I have to thank you for reigniting my interest in this next album, because I remember we were watching that fucking horrible Chris Farley movie, Black Sheep.
Oh, I
And
hated
there's
Black
one, there's a, and it was pretty boring. I was kind of like, where's this guy? And there's that one scene.
Hey, Mom, can we watch Tommy Boy? But we have
Tommy Boy at home.
Black
Black
Sheep.
Sheep.
Tommy Boy at home.
Right. I would rather watch Beverly Hills Ninja, dude. I'm not even kidding.
That's a guilty pleasure gem.
It's not great either, but I love
That's
it.
slapstick at its absolute
Yes.
finest or worst. I don't
But
even
Black
know.
Sheep, there's one scene where Chris Farley crashes the MTV's Rock the Vote scene, and all I hear is 9 years old.
Oh! Is that the one that goes like?
Go.
It's like da da da.
It sounds like you're singing The Beautiful People.
Got no face, got no face, and everybody's got a
Why are you
problem with
ruining
me.
one of the most underrated records of the '90s with that?
Oh, I'm thinking of a wrong song. It's in that scene.
What you just
No,
it sounded like you were singing The Beautiful People by Marilyn Manson.
No. But maybe it's in the same scene, but
It's when they're outside and he's encountering the security guards and he blows up
Let's
on
see
him.
if this riff catches the audience's attention.
Oh.
Look it down now. Look it down now.
Make up your mind.
Do you wanna die?
And I promise you, I will treat you well. Okay, so God damn it. My pick is Rubberneck by the Toadies.
Okay.
Yes.
In a year that was stacked full of memorable albums for 1994, this one really blew out of the gate. Just by the tail end of the grunge scene too. We have this mischievous, this creepy album that's just like this kick of all these like really nice grunge songs. And it's often like not really mentioned that often. It is a mildly underrated but slowly gained. It's mildly underrated but slowly gained appreciation over time. And the Toadies, I absolutely love them, despite the fact that a lot of people kind of write them off as a one-hit wonder. I'm going to have a rant about that by the end of this section.
Yeah.
But yes. Before I saw that dumb Black Sheep movie, it's like, I know Possum Kingdom. Oh, Tyler, that's a deep cut, I think.
For that one again.
Yeah, there's a few. Everyone knows Possum Kingdom. That's like one of the biggest songs from the mid-90s. Away, that's another good
Tyler,
song.
I Come From the Water.
Yeah, no, easily. Like, I think Tyler's definitely my favorite song of this entire album. It's so creepy and like I'm unsettled by the narration, but it's such a kick-ass song. Very of its time. There's also other songs like Velvet, which sounds exactly like a Local H song, and I will have to cover Local H sometime in the next.
Dude, Bound for the Floor. You are going to talk about Bound for the Floor on the record that is on at some point. I'm sure of it.
Yes, I will talk about.
Shout out to someone I know on Discord that also goes by that username.
Yes, I will talk about that album next. Good as Dead. As Good as Dead. That's a great album. But back to Toadies. Yeah. I really love Vaden Todd Lewis's voice. It's like he's got like that Bayou kind of charm, but like he sings like he's in like it's almost like the perfect blend of like Pixies and like Presidents of the United States of America. Where it's like, it's very alternative, but he's not afraid to sound awkward or off at times. It's like, I come from the water. It's like that kind of...
It's kind of like the Offspring, almost.
No, nothing like Offspring.
No,
Offspring's projection.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like nasally. It can be a little bit He can be a little dorky at times, but he doesn't care because
Or no. Sorry, what's the one that sings Lump again?
the President's of the United States.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, so
one of us
so-
has to talk about the self-titled.
And that's
Okay.
all we have to say about that.
That's
So-
that's
so-
all I have to
that's-
say
no,
about
because so I am in the vicinity. Okay, you did say okay.
yeah, I mentioned
Yeah.
them. They're very
Yeah.
similar in that regard.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? The scene that the Toadies were coming up in, also, they were running alongside Deep Blue Something, who, of course, most people know for Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Yeah, basically.
Which is ironic because the original label that Rubberneck came out on is Kirtland Records, which was started by Deep Blue Something's drummer.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Yes.
You know what's unbelievable to me? Like, this is considered like one of the greatest acts in the '90s, and this is their only '90s album.
Yeah, I gotta listen to it. I'm surprised I haven't.
Me too. You're such a grunge head. Like,
I
this
mean,
is-
well, in high school I was a grunge head, but I've now like forgot. It's been so long. I have to like jog my memory of a lot of stuff.
I think you'd like this album. I definitely recommend like Mexican Hairless, the first track. It always reminds me of the movie Schizopolis.
Oh yeah.
Like it just has like that opera.
One day, Steven Soderbergh woke up one day. I'm gonna make a purposely terrible piece of shit movie.
I will watch that movie any day of the week. I love Schizopolis.
Oh,
This is going to sound like a weird comparison, but I kind of get, I feel like another band that's somewhat similar to Toadies, but more in a riff-oriented way, Helmet. I get a little bit of a Helmet vibe from this, like, 92's Meantime, you know, this the one that has Unsung on it, you know, like the crunchy riff of that, and I feel I get that a lot in the guitar tone on here.
Well, it's funny. I'll mention Helmet a little later, but yeah, there's like a lot of good stuff on here.
just another victim.
Yeah, because like I was saying, this is like their only '90s album. Because like around 2001, the bassist left the band, and they were kind of like struggling for a while to find a replacement. And for some reason, I don't know why, but they came back in the 2010s and released like 4 albums.
Whoa.
Almost concurrently. It's weird. They really had a huge comeback in the 2010s. I don't know how successful the albums were because like I don't hear them on the radio, but you know, good for them. They're still going. In fact, they even have like a festival dedicated to them.
That's awesome. They have their own festival where they headline all the time.
Yeah, Dia de los Toadies in Texas, where their home state.
And some of the acts they've actually had played in the past, but there's some interesting, like, notable acts they've gotten.
Yeah, I got the list here. We got, like, Bowling for Soup. We got Local H, as I said again. We got The
Heartless
Sword.
Bastards, the Black Angels, Quiet Company, The Sword.
Yeah, and Helmet, once again, they came back.
And the mariachi side project of punk band The Bronx, Mariachi El Bronx.
Yeah, they even got...
The Riverboat Gamblers.
Yeah, they even got Reverend Horton Heat.
And Gary Clark Jr. just as he was about to blow up.
Yeah, it's just like all these like great like mid-90s alternative acts just showing up.
Oh, and old 97s. Anyone that's into alt country, check out old 97s.
Yeah.
And of course, the Psychobilly Masters, the Reverend Horton Heat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love to see those guys live too. I've actually seen.
I feel like Texas in the 90s had a lot of good acts. So again, Reverend Horton Heat, Toadies. I guess Deep Blue Something kind of came around a year later.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like Texas really loves the Toadies. Like they pretty much own that state. They'll come around on tour and they just sell out so hard in those.
I should try something. Texas brisket and this record. Have some brisket, some Austin barbecue, and listen to Rubberneck.
That sounds like a good time, my son.
Although I need to see here, are Toadies actually from Dallas or Austin?
They're
from
not
Fort Worth.
Yeah, they're not from Dallas. But yeah.
Well, it's steak barbecue. It still counts.
Yeah, that's what I guess.
Fort Worth, Texas.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what ticks me off. I don't like how this album gets writ off as like their greatest achievement because I know I've listened to a few of their albums and they have a few good songs too. But it's just like the fact that the Toadies are just kind of like labeled as they're just a one-hit wonder. Disregard them. It's like
I mean, a lot of bands in the mid '90s, like again, when taste started to change, obviously record labels were going to follow those changing trends. And Toadies are really another example of a band that just got lost in the shuffle. Like you see, some of those later singles came out in like '96. Like I don't think a lot of labels are putting out singles going on 2 years from when a record came out. Because by that point, the band's probably already hard to work on the follow-up, usually.
Yeah, exactly.
If they're not touring into the ground.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing. It's like there's so many bangers on this album, and I'm so happy I revisited all of it because it was really refreshing. And
It's kind
like,
of interesting though in a way because like a group like say Meat Puppets, I feel like they got a big boost during the early mid '90s as well. I feel like Toady should have gotten a little bit of a slipstream effect from that
yeah,
because they're sort of grunge or post grunge adjacent, but they still have enough of their own charm to where they do stand out a good bit.
that's the thing. They're very charming. And I like how their songs kind of have like this unreliable narrator twist to them. Like I feel like I'm in the mind of a serial killer or something like that. That's kind
That
of a
took a
neat
turn.
twist. Yeah, that took a turn exactly. And yeah, it's such a fun album too. Like yeah, it's kind of dark, but like Possum Kingdom still rocks, and like all that sort of stuff. It's kind of interestingly written too. I think that song's in like I think I read somewhere it's on like 12/12 time or something. It has an interesting time signature.
That is interesting. Yeah, we'll get to time signatures in a bit.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. But yeah, I don't have too much else to say. It's
I'm
just
gonna make a point to listen to this soon
yeah,
because
yeah. I recommend you
I
guys.
listened to all my picks like this week, but I'm gonna actually really make an effort to try and listen to some of these that I've heard of, and like I need to get on it.
Yeah, exactly. Now to recommend this stuff. Hold on, to recommend songs. 'Cause I haven't done this in a while. I feel like Evan would probably really like Away or maybe Quitter, like just some of the nicer like hard hitting songs. Cody, I think you would really like Backslider because that song rocks.
Okay.
I think Velvet is like a really nice post grunge song.
Oh.
Maybe even I Burn. And
And I burn.
and Josh, I know you and I both have such an affinity for Tyler, so I'll
Yeah,
leave it with that.
All right.
I hope more people give "I Come From the Water" a chance as well.
It's a good
I
song.
know Toadies also had a 3-pack in Rock Band in like 2012, and of course it was nice to see like a full band version of Possum Kingdom, but it was nice to see some of the deeper cuts get in there. At this point I doubt "I Come From the Water" or "Backslider" will be DLC for it, but I'd like to see at least one of those get some more love.
Yeah, no, they've been stuck in my head since we announced this podcast, like both those songs.
Hmm.
And it makes me pissed off that I was a PS2 user, because like the Xbox 360 version of Guitar
Yes.
Hero 2 had Teenagers by My Chemical Romance and Possum Kingdom by Toadies. I'm like,
Well, who
oh,
knows? Maybe one of us will cover that one note record in the future. That one note.
No, one note.
Ding.
Oh.
See, Cody got it. Anyways,
what?
all right, now I guess it's me.
Lobster. Yeah, it's you.
Well, actually, it is an interesting segue because there is the song "I Burn" and the cover of my next pick, which will be turning 30 this fall. Well, the story behind it is kind of dark, to be honest, but it does have to do with things being on fire, and metaphorically and quite literally. But you can't talk about pivotal records from the 90s, specifically my birth year of 1992, and since my 30th birthday was just yesterday as of the recording of this podcast, Might
Happy
as well.
birthday.
Happy belated.
Happy
You know what's
belated.
funny?
Thank you.
We recorded the first albums episode ever on my 29th birthday.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just got
was on yours, right?
Yeah, Tarantino. Was
I
on
had
mine.
just gotten back from getting Indian food with my friend Laura, and then I was eating like through most of the podcast, and they were like, "Evan's eating." Like, yeah, I am.
Sorry. What was there, Josh?
So, being that, for this episode, I knew it would be after my birthday, and I wanted to pick a record from 1992 that not only do I feel strongly about, but it is one of the most important records, not just of the rock or even metal adjacent genre, but especially with its political subject matter, it is one of the most important records of all time, and one that is still relevant 3 decades later, and that is the self-titled debut from Rage Against the Machine.
Killing in the name of.
The grooves on this record alone, there's parts where it gets borderline funky. There's some hardcore punk energy in here. There's little bits of like almost I would say sludge or doom metal at some point. But behind it all are four gentlemen that are not only incredibly skilled at what they do, but you have one of the best frontmen in music in Zach De La Rocha, who not only has such a fierce delivery, but he means absolutely every word of what he says, and especially with a lot of the subject matter of these songs.
Oh yeah.
This is basically sort of a kid's first introduction to political activism if they weren't introduced to folk music by their parents, if they, found stuff on their own.
Yeah.
And right when the opening sort of notes of bomb track kick in, like the sense of tension and release throughout this whole record is on point. And as soon as it kicks in with the do 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 do, and it gets louder and louder to the there are some parts where you almost get a little bit of a reggae or ska influence on here.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
it's really interesting to see that like this is 1992 sort of worldview, but on stuff but on issues that have been going on for ages, and there is no other way I can describe Tom Morello's guitar tone other than, excuse the pun, revolutionary.
Tom Morello is another one of those guitarists where it's just like I think I said that about oh my god, sorry, The
Eddie
Edge.
Van Halen.
Eddie Van Halen and The Edge. It's just even if you just take Tom Morello out of context, you just know it's him right away. He just has
Like
such a
he took
uniqueness
the
to it.
approach that scratching on a turntable does, and he applied it to a guitar. Because with the effects stuff on there that he can do some incredibly crazy things. Plus, he has some good skills of his own.
Yep.
And it is a sound that had not been heard before, and is rarely heard since. Like the solos on like Bomb Track, of course. Let's be real. Everybody knows "Killing in the Name," but let me just do some math real quick. It's those 9 words that everybody, whether they're a rebellious teenager or,
Oh,
F you, I won't
That
do
is,
what you tell
fuck
me.
you, I won't do what you tell me.
motherfucker!
Yeah!
Like, even this "Killing in the Name," it's hard to say what is exactly Rage Against the Machine's signature song, but I don't think it's hard to argue that "Killing in the Name" is likely going to be that. And of
Yeah.
course, the verse that constant, like some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses, and of course, there's the KKK implications with police and all the stuff about resisting control and a lot of
Speaking-
that political upheaval.
Speaking of the Matrix,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wake up! Well, it's actually interesting because I know
That
when we
ends the
talked
movie,
about
right?
Led Zeppelin in the
Wake
previous
Up.
First
episode,
one, yeah.
it was not physical
on the
graffiti,
fourth one.
but the fact that the
course.
intro is essentially a take on Kashmir.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cashmere.
Yeah. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na,
I
Oh
remember.
yeah, that is a similarity.
I love Know Your Enemy.
Yeah.
I love that
Know
song.
Your Enemy has the most, I would say, it has an incredibly catchy riff, and just like, especially in the first verse, as we move into 92, still in a room without a view. And as we moved into 22, we're still in a room without a view.
I know. Shout out! I haven't listened to this album in a very long time, and it definitely deserves a re-listen. But shout out to my uncle for introducing me to Rage. It was
Shout out to Uncle Mac.
he
Donald.
yeah he. I remember the day he was like, "I want you to listen to some Deftones. I want you to listen to some Rage Against the Machine. I want you to listen to like all this
You
stuff."
know what
and
we
it's
should
like,
do? We should have a sideshow where Uncle Mac Donald talks about the new Metal Gears.
oh my god, and Tool as well.
Yeah.
Oh, which, speaking of, the feature from Maynard James Keenan on the bridge of Know Your Enemy, with also additional percussion from Jane's Addiction drummer Stephen Perkins, that whole like, I've got no patience now, so sick of complacence now, and when it builds, it pays off, but the time has come to pay, and he just holds that,
Yeah.
and then it goes into the solo, and the solo actually, there's another Guitar Hero Rock Band related thing. There was a Tom Morello guitar battle in Guitar Hero 3.
Yes.
That one passage goes doo-doo-doo-doo. It reminds me of the sweep picking in the solo on Know Your Enemy. It sounds almost identical.
Yeah, that was definitely my gateway into Tom Morello's work.
Actually,
And of
it's
course,
funny.
the little
Yeah.
monologue in the outro, and it keeps ending with they repeated, all of which are American Dreams.
Yeah.
Speaking.
I love the
Go ahead.
explosions too in a track like "Take the Power Back," and also Tim Comerford's bass on this record. I listened to it just today, and I don't know if it's just the lossless part of Apple Music, like the tech to make it sound good, but like his bass tone is fantastic,
It
and especially
really
on "Take the
is.
Power Back." Boom, boom, bang, bang, bang. There's some good slapping on there.
He's a good secret weapon in that band.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure. And Audio Slave, for that matter.
Well, damn it. That's what I wanted to talk about. Because it's funny
Like
notes.
the whole
Speaking of
Eurocentrism.
Tom Morello, like after both Rage Against the Machine and Soundgarden, when they went
Audio
through,
Slave.
like like a temporary breakup, both those bands, and Evan didn't even know about Audio Slave. Like Chris Cornell and all the band members of Rage Against the Machine formed Audio Slave. And I'm just so surprised you haven't heard any of these any of the tracks I was naming that one time, like Koshier and
Cochise, Like a Stone, I Am the Highway, Be
Like
Yourself.
a Stone. That first album fucking hits so hard.
It's great.
Gasoline.
But this record here, Settle for Nothing, actually has really grown on me, and the whole basically after like it's essentially if you don't fight back against your oppressors now, you'll basically settle for nothing later.
What did I say? Kosher.
So,
Kosher.
I said it too fast.
I also really love just the groove factor on Bullet in the Head in that riff.
I feel like I know all these songs. I just need to listen to them again. It's been years.
Yeah, same.
Damn it.
It's just there are so many, and this is the fact that they are coming out of the gate this heavy.
And I also
and there's even the groove on like something like Township Rebellion.
I also loved it's not off of this album, but I loved Mic Check and Calm Like a Bomb and
from
Guerrilla Radio and Testify.
Guerrilla Radio.
See,
Is this the Battle for Los Angeles we're talking about?
Yes, that's the album. Yeah.
The thing with Rage Against the Machine is realistically they went so hard, so fast that they essentially burned themselves out within only about 7-ish years. So like whereas Lyle was like he felt the Toadies deserved more love because they only really had one record for a good chunk of time. Rage Against the Machine did put out 3 records in the 90s, but they went so hard behind them that they were burnt out by the year 2000, basically. And I kind of feel like the fact that they closed with a decent covers album in Renegade, but the fact that like we'll never really know at what they could have done. Of course, obviously, since then they have reformed, and it looks like they were going to finally start that tour that was supposed to happen 2 years ago with Run the Jewels now.
Oh,
awesome!
Because there was a time where seeing Rage Against the Machine live seemed like an impossibility after a certain point. So it is nice to see them back together. But as much as I like Evil Empire and the Battle of Los Angeles, this was such a visceral debut record that I don't know if they would have ever been able to top it, even if they had continued past Renegades. And just like the way it ends with Freedom, with like it almost looks like there's like an audio visual explosion. They just trash their instruments, and you just hear the feedback and the stuttering and everything.
Kind of sounds like what I said about the last track on the Wedding album, where it sounds like they're just setting the studio on fire. Probably not the case with
metaphorically, yeah, it does kind of sound like they were just setting fire to everything. Yeah. And it's fascinating to see that, like, even with the cover of the album, like, I remember 10 years ago, actually, when they put out a 20th anniversary re-release, which had a bunch of demos and bonus tracks, they used the full version of that photo. And I'm not sure why, but I kind of felt that the original version felt like that's where, a lot of that power came from. But I understand why they changed. And of course, there's a Canadian connection because the producer was Garth Richardson, son of legendary Canadian producer Jack Richardson. And of course, this record was actually Garth's first major production.
Good on
him. He would go on to produce a bunch of other notable records for a bunch of other acts, the Melvins, L7, Testament, Jesus Lizard, Sick of It All, Kitty, and
Cody's having a 90s gasm.
But besides that, there were a bunch of other ones.
Flashback, holy shit.
So, and the subtitle had it, yeah, okay. But he did do Siren Song of the Counterculture. And some Biffy Clyro. But like it's kind of amazing to think that like, the right people, the right producer, the right sound at exactly the right time.
The right time is, that's the strong thing to say.
What better place than then? What better place than now?
Timing,
better place to
people who work in showbiz. People are artists trying to make a career.
Bring me back.
Okay, artists who want careers in music or film or any other art medium, timing is actually plays a bigger role than some of us are willing to admit. Like it's so crucial, like being in the right place at the right time.
That perfectly. I don't know if that's all you have to say about your album, but that the timing is
I
goes
mean,
into
I'll sort of conclude with
yeah.
there was that Facebook campaign in late 2009 to have "Killing in the Name" be the #1 song on the charts in the UK for Christmas season.
Oh yeah.
Because the idea is the winner of the X Factor always seems to get the #1 spot, and there was someone on Facebook that wanted to try and get "Killing in the Name" to dethrone it, to dethrone that trend, to break that trend, because recycled pop music and what have you. And it ended up taking off in a huge way, and it actually worked. And the band themselves were blown away by that, so they actually did a one-off reunion in 2010 and performed a free show in London. And there's obviously they made a DVD of that show, but you can watch it on YouTube. And that was one of the first real instances of that was the first major instance of the band getting back together. I don't know why I said instance twice, but that was the first major people still want to see us play live. So they may not have done any new music since 2000, or at least new original music since 1999, but they still have gotten people are able to see them live, and to even see a lot of this stuff live still is pretty because they still have it. And I guess I'll end it with the closing lines from "Wake Up," which I believe it's a version of it, not a version. I'm trying to find the right words here. It is a direct quote from a Martin Luther King Jr. speech from March of 1965. How long? Not long, because what you reap is what you sow.
Boom.
Nice.
Mic drop.
Hmm.
Very nice pick. I like that one.
I have to revisit that when I
Nice.
say
Do it. It may be like 50 something minutes, I think, but it does not
55.
feel that long.
that's
at
a
all.
commute. That could be a commute.
That sounds like a challenge.
Yeah, speaking of timing, so my next pick is I don't know if you guys are familiar with Moby.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No. Sorry.
Okay. Oh no.
I'm the odd man out here.
It's okay. It's okay. But it's so strange with Moby. I feel like he really does blur the line between musical genius and successful hack. He's just like rides that fine line so beautifully, like almost like on a tightrope.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. It's so strange to me. I don't know what to classify
What
it
makes
as.
you say that?
Where it's like what he's doing as like an artist and a poet and sort of just combining like sampling and just his sort of electronica sensibilities is very admirable. And sometimes I don't know if he just does it so effortlessly that it almost comes off like anybody could do this. I'll get into that more in terms of like he just has so many easy tracks sometimes that it's like my god, I could whip that up in GarageBand in like a second. And I don't mean to like be rude or anything. I do quite respect him.
All right.
So with Moby, it's like his first like not his first album, but like Everything Is Wrong from 1995 was like a good sort of album to sort of like get himself aware. Like he grew a lot of like a good status within Moby like fan base. But then the next album that came out after that, Animal Rights, it's kind of similar to what you said about that Weezer album, Pinkerton, where it's like he wanted to kind of like step away from like his formula, but like do something different, which actually in result kind of alienated a lot of fans, and he felt like he did it on purpose. So that kind of hurt him for a little bit until in 1999 we're gonna party like it's that fucking year.
Hold up, it is not.
He released my next pick, which is Play. Moby's Play from 1999. Holy shit. Evan, you definitely like if you lived life. I'm sure you did. If you lived life.
Here he is.
If you lived life between the time periods of like 1999 to like maybe 2003, maybe 4. You've had to have heard tracks off of this somewhere in TV.
This does sound very much like how 1999 would sound.
I'm looking at the track list, and
so what this was actually a licensed album for both TV and movies. So it's like you got like tons of songs off of here that were probably just like used. Oh, South. So it's funny about Southside. The big hit off of that is that people probably know it from like when Moby collaborated with Gwen
Yes.
Stefani.
Oh.
That's a great little collaboration. I prefer the OG, but that's just me.
I've heard both versions.
Yeah, it's not a bad version with him and Gwen Stefani. But you have the opening track "Honey" from Holes. We were talking about that before with and I had to come back sometime.
Right,
Sometime.
yeah.
When the warden Sigourney Weaver when she's pulling up with the
Digging
car.
up, digging up. Oh no, that's not
Wrong song. But that is a good one.
And then one of his songs plays in one of my all-time favorite movies.
Yes, Natural
of all time.
Blues. Ooh, Lordy, trouble so hard. Ooh, Lordy, trouble so hard.
Why is that such a well-shot scene for a movie like Freddy Got Fingered? I don't know.
That's what I mean. Moby can literally take a track from like some R&B
I
song.
can't believe
from...
I'm saying this, but he
Yeah.
actually manages to make something related to that movie look appealing. I didn't think such a thing was possible.
But
I know, right?
Moby can take a track from like an old 1930s or 1940s R&B song, just one little lyrical moment from a song,
Yes.
and just loop it throughout a song.
Yeah.
And add it to more, kind of like what you were saying about dub. It's kind of what reminds
dub.
me of that. Like he just takes his own beats and rhythms of electronica, and he just makes something like so unique, so simple, but almost like that's what I mean. It's just so like could anybody do this? I don't know. It's just so hard to pin down on.
I'm looking at this. It looks like he recorded entirely in his home studio.
He did, yes,
Yeah, so he just did it.
he did it,
On a
yeah.
whim. That's awesome.
And so I'll go into more tracks in a second. But a little side thing: how I got into this album actually was through my buddy Troy. My buddy Troy got me into this, and when I was in film school, when I was editing, I used tons of tracks off of this album as temp. So temp tracks while I was editing. I used like tracks like 7, Down Slow, Guitar, Flute, and String.
This song has my favorite Moby song. This album has my favorite Moby song.
Which one was that?
Porcelain.
Oh, Porcelain's great.
That's a gorgeous song.
Porcelain, I remember that played in that movie The Beach, right when they arrived at the beach.
This is like the kind of song that would play in a video game trailer or
In
something.
my dreams, I'm dying all the time.
I feel like I might have heard of that one.
Oh, it's great.
I'll be honest. I've heard a bit of Moby, but I just mostly know some stuff from this record because I remember it was around I think 99, 2000 when some of these songs were big.
Yep. I mean, the song, my gateway song was actually Body Rock, all one word. Which, fact check for me, Josh, is Body Rock off of any game out there? Like any sports game, any video game? Because if it is...
actually, yes. It was in the soundtrack of FIFA 2001.
Soccer? Alright, I'm buying the game. I'll play a little soccer.
Nice.
They use it in
You don't need to
commercials
buy
for
a
Rolling
soccer
Rock.
game from the year 2000 just for that. You can emulate it.
Rock ya, no stop ya.
Oh, it was also used in the opening credits for the NBC sitcom Veronica's Closet,
Yeah.
And it was also
which was a Kirstie Alley show.
It was also used to promote Rolling Rock in 2000.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's what I mean. It's all licensed. It's
And there
any
was a
commercial.
show, it was a theme for the show Hype as well in the WB, which was, I guess, a show that no one saw because it only ran for a season.
It's so funny. The track Machete. I remember I played that. Do you guys remember? Sorry to go off on a little. I know you didn't go to our same film school, Josh, but do you guys remember the Foot Chase project?
Vaguely.
No.
Did you guys have to edit? Like you were given?
Yes!
You were given like 10
Yes!
shots.
Yes!
Down an alley?
That wasn't 0 to
And an
60.
alley guy climbs up on the roof with a briefcase and he like throws it down.
Yeah.
So get this, I used the track Machete as a temp track before adding in just whatever like royalty free stuff.
Oh, cool.
And it's so funny because you listen to Machete and it sounds like a rave song, like you're in a club, but like
well, it's interesting.
it went so well with it.
That's funny because I use
Moby
Smack
played
My
at
Bitch
Woodstock
Up.
99, if I'm not correctly, in like the after hours rave tent stuff.
Say it again, sorry, Josh.
I think Moby played at Woodstock 99.
He did.
And I remember he was at like the rave.
Oh.
That's the beauty about seeing like footage of this stuff online still from back in the day.
Boy, you sorry, because yes, he did perform at Woodstock 99. We all know the infamous Woodstock 99, right?
Right.
So-
HBO Music Box documentary.
Holy shit, that doc. So he literally said the second he landed and got to that fucking Woodstock, I think he literally said it best. I think well, he didn't say it, but I'm paraphrasing. He basically just went, "I have a great disturbance in the force." just because just because of his sixth sense of knowing like how like venues and parties go, he knew that the second he got there before shit hit the fan, he just had this sense he knew something was wrong. Because and he was fucking right. He's the one who fucking predicted Woodstock '99 would go as terrible as it did.
I wouldn't say he predicted anything.
He had a premonition.
A lot of other regular people could see.
He had a feeling. And he was pretty spot on about it. It's also Find My Baby. I'm gonna find my baby.
I gotta listen. Okay, I only know this one song, Honey, but I gotta listen to this whole album.
I should check this out again. It is kind of like, it's essentially just like mixing existing stuff together and making it seem new.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, it's half like song. Sometimes Moby, like, Moby's singing voice. It's I'm talking like this, on so to speak. I'm a poet.
You're the guy from Cake?
Oh, you're that guy from...
He wants a girl that will get him there.
Oh, you're that guy from Slint.
There's some tracks that feature his voice. There's some tracks where it's just short instrumentals. There's tracks where it's just sampling from like old R&B stuff and hip-hop stuff. It grew on me, this album. It's so fascinating to me. I wouldn't say I have like a love-hate relationship towards it, but Play is just an album that I always come back to once in a while because it has like a certain vibe to it. And for the tracks I'd recommend to you guys, please, Lyle, you gotta listen to If Things Were Perfect.
Alright.
Great bass.
Are you saying things aren't perfect right this second?
Give me some. I
like how I'm just like the designated bass guy. I love it.
Josh, I would recommend Why Does My Heart Feel So Bad?
Because I don't know this album very well.
Yeah, I was expecting some joke. Evan... Oh, seeing how you and I love the soundtrack for Drive, listen to Inside.
Inside, okay.
Close your eyes and picture driving down the highway at night when you listen to Inside. Well, not right now.
If I picture it, I'll fucking crash, dude. I can't drive my eyes closed.
And one last thing I'll say.
Use the force of it.
Your eyes
can deceive you. Don't trust them.
Exactly.
One last thing I'll say is I've always wanted to use this as a pickup line. Like, I'm in a bar and I'm like, hey, how you doing? Hey, I have a question. Hey, do you know the album Moby? Or album Play by Moby? And they'll go, yeah. I'll be like, well, guess what? I'm the guy holding the light meter.
As the only single dude in this room, I am stealing that.
I'm the guy holding the light meter.
You're going to get jazzed out the front door.
I'm not a big fan. Just for full disclosure, I hate pickup lines. They're so dumb. They're fun to talk about.
Some of them are so hilarious, though.
They're hilarious.
Some of them are so terrible.
Mine's so specific that only music fans will get it.
Yeah, they're just gonna blink at you and like turn back to their friends.
Like, oh, that's cool. And one more quick thing, I only just not recently, within maybe like last year or year before that, I listened to the B-sides. There's a continuation of this album. So you think 18 tracks? No. There's actually like fucking like 29 tracks in total if you add the B-sides.
Yeah, this one's longer than the last album.
Which has
it's already over an hour. Does that make it like 2 hours?
It's literally 2 hours and 4 minutes. Yeah.
Wow.
And what's so funny is that on the B-side, it should have just been an A-track. The song Flower is so good that it almost should have just been like a fucking single off of the original cut of it. Ugh. It's a shame.
Oh.
But, yeah, that's Play.
Okay.
We'll have to play it sometime.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm taking us back to...
Oh, back in time again.
No, we're going back to the past, sorta. I'm taking you back to the early 2010s, so about a decade ago.
All right.
In the year 2011, a band from Iceland releases an album, and...
You son of a bitch.
Are you in?
Yeah, you took one of my albums that I would have talked on a
You
future one.
magnificent bastard! I read your book.
Okay, well maybe
Sorry, what is that a reference to? You said that in one podcast one time.
Patton.
Right, when we're talking about Bert the General. Right.
I need to see that movie. God
Okay.
damn
Well,
it.
this particular record came out in 2011 in Iceland,
But
The
it was
rest of them
released-
only came out in 2012.
it was released
Oh.
internationally in 2012, and it took until about 2013 for it to really blow up and discover.
I mean, not me being the hipster and all.
Oh yeah, no,
Yay.
you're an exception, but
Talk about
Well,
it,
actually,
please,
I'll get
before
to
I
my
start
story in
talking
a
about
second.
it.
Okay, so-
Continue, please.
well, first of all, the album is called "Of Monster." My Head is an Animal
Five Monsters.
by
in
Of
It's
Monsters
crazy
and
to
Men.
think it's really only been about 10 years since this record technically came out, because it doesn't
Yeah.
feel like it's been 10 years. With
It
how
really
some,
doesn't.
Some of the singles come across.
Well, yeah. So anyway, going back to Dirty Paws, I first heard it in the trailer for a movie that Ben Stiller directed called The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, which is a remake. And I remember that trailer being so good. I was like, this is going to be a Best Picture contender.
Evan,
I saw
Evan, I was the same way.
I saw the movie, and I was like,
Yep.
it's okay.
No, dude.
Wait, wasn't this the same movie that had Best Day of My Life by American Authors
No.
in the trailer
You're
for
thinking-
a commercial or something?
Maybe.
Evan, you have no idea how hyped I was to see The Secret Life
Life.
of Walter Mitty.
After
Like
that trailer?
that trailer. Well, I had already heard the song "Dirty Paws" before that, but that song added such a nice tone.
It
and feel
really
to it.
did.
I thought that movie was going to be like a cross between like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and like Into the Wild. Like
Yeah.
I thought like some abstract walk of life movie, and then I see it, and it's a big piece of human dung.
I wouldn't go that. I'm sorry. I wouldn't go that far.
Comedy?
Okay, here's the thing. Sometimes
Ugh.
I didn't really
when
like it.
Ben Stiller,
Actually, the movie that filled what I wanted it to be was a year after that with Birdman.
okay.
Yes.
Ben
you're right.
Ben Stiller
Some
was.
abstract and like
Okay.
literal kind of
Do you
thing.
think? Can you and I at least both agree that Ben Stiller did a better job of directing that movie than he did acting in it? Because that's another one of those.
Well
movies-
shot.
It has a
movie.
good shot.
Has a nice soundtrack, but
Oh, by the way,
but sorry, go back to Monsters
so
and Men.
so going
Sorry.
back to this whole album, I love the first. Okay, believe it or not, I actually when it came out, I listened to the whole album in its entirety once, and only three songs stuck with me. The first three, Dirty Paws, King and Lionheart, which as of 2000.
As the world comes to an end, I'll be there to hold your hand, 'cause you're the king and I'm a lionheart.
Believe,
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Veronica and I bonded over this album because we both loved this album separately, and then
That's
when
a
we
great-
met and found out we both love it, she shared something with me. She
I
said
like this song. I
she's-
hate this song. I know this song.
she shared with me that she said if I'd ever get a tattoo, she would have those lyrics on
That's
of,
great.
of King and Lionheart, or as the world comes to an end, I'll be there to hold your hand.
That's a
she
great
said I would
lyric.
tattoo that to myself.
Believe it or not,
Aw.
as of
How
2000,
sweet.
as of 2014, that song is one of my all-time favorites. And believe it or not, when I still had an iPod, I checked my iTunes records, and that song wound up being one of the most played song on that particular iPod that I owned.
My gateway was one day I just happened to have Much Music on TV, and the music video for Dirty Talks came on.
Little
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 Talks.
Talk, sorry.
Only one of the biggest songs of the early mid-2010s.
Sorry. Little Talks.
Hey.
Fuck me. I'm so stupid.
Fuck me because I'm stupid.
Yeah,
That should be a t-shirt.
we here on So to Speak, despite the fact that we make mistakes, we're too hard on ourselves with the discrepancies. I think that comes part and parcel with being a nerd, where
Fuck me because I'm stupid.
we fuck up one detail and we're assholes.
Sorry. That's good.
Yeah, so back.
Sorry, little talks. Oh my god, that song is good. Says, though the truth may vary, this ship will carry our bodies safe to shore.
It's such an interesting lyrical theme because it's a bit of a dark subject, but it's such a happy tune with the horns.
Yeah.
and
It really
the
is, yeah.
guitars.
The
Now-
music video is
And
incredible
even in
for
the
that
bridge,
song.
like,
I'll have to check it out.
Oh my God.
I hear this creaking, and it could be like a boat or
Yep.
some sort
Yeah.
of like vessel.
Yep, that's what I imagine too.
Now, it is worth... Now, the other song I liked was Mountain Sound, which is a groovy
Yes.
song.
That's a great one too.
Mountain Sound...
Hold your hand to sleep
Deep into
into
the
the
sun.
sun.
Are we just gonna be like an a cappella group where we just sing the whole album?
I hope not, because I've never heard of this album.
I like the I move slow and steady.
That's a good one. Okay,
But I feel
keep
like
in
a
mind,
waterfall.
I'm looking at the track listings on Wikipedia, and there are actually several different versions of this album. Like
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
one I listened to today to prepare for tonight was this recording was the Universal Music Group reissue, which has Slow and Steady at track number 4. 6 Weeks I actually really liked.
Span 6 weeks. No,
No, not that one.
no, but
When your friend Ben calls you on the phone, it's Ben.
It's been.
I understood that reference.
But anyways, that's yeah. So Slow and Steady I liked. Little Talks, good song, but I'm sorry. I worked in retail right around the time that
I
song was getting
understand
big,
the
so it's
overplayed
overplayed
factor
for me.
sure.
Overplayed, yeah.
Um,
I actually first heard Little Talks because my older sister was listening to it a lot first in 2012, and then I kind of fell in love with it after that. And then I
Nice.
fell in love with some of the other singles after that. I still haven't listened to the album in full, but I certainly intend on it because of Monsters and Men, they still haven't quite recaptured the magic of My Head as an Animal,
I
even
agree.
though they've had a little bit more success like since then. But at the same time, Beneath the Skin and Fever Dream have seen them really sort of step away from the more indie folk thing, which is kind of ironic because when this record came out, that was when the indie folk thing was just about to hit its crest because you had Fleet Foxes a little before, but then in 2012 you had Monsters and Men and the Lumineers, and I guess a few years later, a year or 2 years later, Vance Joy, and that sort of like indie folk thing became a bit more mainstream
It
for a hot
did,
minute.
yeah.
I don't know what it is with I just realized something. I don't know what it is with the Monsters and Men, but anytime their songs are featured in a trailer for a movie that I generally look excited for, it ends up being bad. Because off of their second album,
Maybe it's just a sync curse.
because off of their second album, Beneath the Skin, they have this one track called A Thousand Eyes, and it was in the trailer for The Book of Henry. And that movie looked good.
The Book of Henry did look good.
And it is bad.
How is it bad? I mean, well,
It feels like when Controverse said we wrote this script back in 1990, I'm like, it shows. Like, you did not update
now,
it.
isn't that the movie that got him axed from
I hope
from,
not.
from episode 9?
Well, I hope not. I mean, I actually...
Supposedly that's what it was.
Here's a takeaway. How he responded to that criticism of that movie. He said, hang up your homework, hang up your drawings on the fridge, even if mom... Or sorry, hang on. I'm going to rephrase that. Sorry. He said, how you handle criticism in the best way. He said, be proud of your drawings, even if your parents don't hang it up on the fridge.
That's pretty good.
Thought.
Yeah.
Sorry,
going back.
So,
but sorry to elaborate on that, but like Beneath the Skin, it's honestly more of the same, like of My Head as an Animal. But Fever Dream, holy shit, they go all out, almost pop with this one.
Yeah.
The opening,
I kind of liked Alligator, but I remember
Alligator's not bad.
Wars played it very safe, but that's why I feel like this. If they could have kept in this vein for a bit more, I think it would have been really interesting, especially since like there is a lot of Icelandic like influence, even in the cover art. The original cover in Iceland are 4 guys that are basically getting ready to compete in their national sport of Bima, I believe it is.
Mm.
It's sort of like different types of Nordic like wrestling that are sort of combined together, as opposed to the international version, which is a picture of Brynjar's grandfather. Sorry, a photo that his grandfather took of his friend, and then they colored it in. But
it's basically like Icelandic duet, like between
It's
a
good,
female and a male.
Nana and Ragnar, their voices blend really well together. There are only 3 Icelandic acts that most people outside of Iceland really know, and that is Björk, Sigur Rós, and of Monsters and Men. And I feel like at different points in music history, they were sort of the thing for a while. In the mid-late 90s, it was Bjork, though Bjork, of course, has still been critically successful for many, many years and still puts out a lot of stuff. Sigur Rós had that sort of sweet spot in the early mid 2000s, even though they've been putting out stuff. But for a few years in the early mid 2010s, that was a Monsters and Men's groove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One
last thing I want to say.
Yep.
When I was listening to the album today, the last track, Yellow Light. One of the things I liked about it was.
Oh, that's funny. That it's on Lake House is actually.
You're slowing down for it. That yellow light, you respect it.
Yellow Light. When I listened to Yellow Light, it sounded like the end of the song sounded like a music box closing, and I thought that was a great way to end the album.
So wait, your last track is Yellow Light, but is the song Numbers on your?
Not on the version I listened to.
What about Lake House?
Lake House was the second last track on the version.
That's so funny because Lake House is my last one.
Yeah.
There's so many different versions of this in terms of its track release.
Well, we're still in the early 2010s when different places have different track listings depending on the region.
Yeah.
I'm looking on Apple Music and Numbers is on there. And last year they actually put out a 10th anniversary edition of the record as well.
Cool.
Which actually included a few Iceland released versions of certain tracks, including King and Lionheart, Numbers, Lake House, and Sinking Man.
I also like Sloam.
Yeah. I haven't heard Numbers or Sloam, because I just have to listen to that other version.
I almost heard Sloan for a second.
But anyways, the reason
she was underwhelmed. Oh, sorry.
I wanted to talk about this album.
Such a good band.
I wanted to talk about this because King and Lionheart is one of my all-time favorite songs.
That's a great choice.
I would check it. I would check out.
I wouldn't recommend it to Lyle, but I have a feeling if you show it to your Veronica, she might love it so much that she's gonna push it on you, and then that's all you're gonna be hearing for the rest of your life.
Oh man,
it's tender, it's sweet, it's very kind of.
It's soft, but I feel like you could grow to like some of it. I mean, I won't disagree that it might not fully be for you, but I feel like you could learn to like some of it.
Remember my philosophy? Not it's not pop, it's diet pop. There's a little bit of pop in it.
Diet pop talk coming soon.
1 calorie, not pop enough.
I love it. No, it's very soft pop. It's tender. It's sweet. That's an excellent choice, Evan. How dare you steal my picks? No,
hey, you got the chance to chime in. You got to tell that story.
Got it all out. Yeah.
V would be proud.
I'm kind of surprised when you listen to it, your head didn't turn into a horse's head or one of those other heads, like how when you eat fruit gushers and then your head's supposed to turn into the fruit that you eat.
Oh man, don't
Popsicle Zone. Ho ho.
Fruit gushers.
What the fuck is a fruit gusher made out of? That scares me looking back now in hindsight.
I don't know.
The world may never know.
My head is an animal.
Yeah. And once there was an animal, it had a song.
I should look up what other notable acts are from Iceland, because I just only know those three. I'm sure there are more.
I feel kind of bad because my next pick is not cheery whatsoever.
No.
Oh, so you're going back to
way to bring the
this
roots
is
down.
Yeah, exactly. This is the one album in my list that's definitely probably the darkest one I've talked about yet. And I just have a question, guys. Do you like hurting other people?
I just saw the cover art but couldn't place it.
It's the self-titled album of Coconuts from 2010. And this is definitely an indie album that
it's a short one.
Yeah, it's an EP, and it gained worldwide popularity after having one of its songs being featured from Hotline Miami.
Ah, I can see that.
Yeah. I need to play.
Was it Silver Lights?
Silver Lights.
Okay.
That is the big song.
Yellow light, silver lights, green light. All sorts of connections.
Well, but based on the album, it should be a blue light there, too.
You see, when I hear the name Coconuts, I'm reminded of
Eric Idle.
That venue I played at one time that changed its name since.
Oh, I see.
It was a bar, but...
Yeah. Now this is, oh boy. I think, I'm not sure how you guys are going to like this album, because it is
Well,
incredibly.
it's short, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, but these are like long 9-minute tracks, and they're very
No,
abrasive.
only one of them's 9.5 minutes. The others are like, under 7 minutes.
And
You know.
what's the one thing you learned about Cody from the '90s in these music albums?
You love
He likes
you
long
love
stuff?
long songs.
There we
you
go.
love long songs.
Yeah, so I have no problem with that.
Yeah, but like the main atmosphere of this album is very metallic and abrasive. It's like you're in the head of like a very mentally disturbed person, and like every single track just has this like non-stop like screeching metallic sound. Like I don't know how this artist managed to create this song or create this sound with like I don't know if he's like scratching the strings or he's actually taking like something metallic and scraping metal, because it almost has like Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibes. It's like, and it's just it's
Is
beautiful.
this the kind of record that there should be like additional sort of like sensory things? Like you should not listen to it with the lights off, or listen
Oh, I
to it
love
completely,
listening
like,
to this album with
focused.
the lights off.
Michael Myers gives it 4 stars.
So I listened to a Coconuts record instead of Marrying an Axe Murderer.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a better life choice.
Dude, I just watched that movie last night with Veronica.
Oh, yeah?
So I married an actor.
The bowl of, was it Fruit Loops? There was a bowl of cereal. I remember a scene where he's
Yeah.
eating a bowl of cereal.
Amanda Plummer.
Dad, what have you got against the Colonel?
Because he puts addictives in his chicken that makes me eat it, you jackass! Head, move your head!
Oh, you're gonna give him a complexion. Stop
I
making
haven't
fun of his head.
seen So I Married an Axe
Um,
Murderer.
it's
You
not-
might like it.
It's not great,
It's
but
not-
it's
yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind of a
Wasn't that like one of the hit and miss of Mike Myers' film career?
early on, yeah, but it's a prototype of his stuff with Austin Powers.
Yes. Amanda Plummer served Mike Myers some Fruit Loops after she promised, I'll bake it, bacon and eggs and hash browns and the whole thing, and she just pours cereal. Sorry, I didn't have any of that stuff.
Should have went to a restaurant.
Oh my god, I quoted
We
that
could
the
have
whole
had a
time.
V8.
She's gonna execute every motherfucking last one of us.
Exactly. And on that note, the bass tone in this album is so nice. It has like the perfect amount of overdrive and like and fuzz. So like I think if anything, like if I had to talk about a few of the songs, Silver Lights is definitely the gateway song. If you guys like that song, then I say continue.
Okay.
It's the one I'd recommend to all three of you because I'm not sure how you'll feel about the other songs.
Alright.
Another one's Lost Bitches, which is like this it has like this like almost siren sound, like bing, blah, 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 blah.
As a side note, with like sirens, I think it was in Bullet in the Head, or there was one or two other Rage Against the Machine songs where Tom Morello's guitar effects, it did almost sound like an ambulance siren of sorts. So it's interesting that parallels.
Yeah, and then Dark World, which I just see as like a twisted chase song, like you're being chased with
Run in
someone. Like,
circles, it's a very, very dark world.
that song would fit with this kind of album too. Another thing I
think that's covering Mad World. Coming to Hotline Miami 3. Which, as a side note, I have heard of Hotline Miami, but I've not played either the first game or the sequel. But I feel like I'm surprised that Devolver Digital didn't try to get more Coconut stuff in the sequel.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's kind of the thing. Like, this artist kind of slipped into obscurity after releasing this one album, and he's never performed it live. He doesn't update anymore, and he's never released anything afterwards. So it's almost like this is like a very small pocket in like a world of music that I'm just like, it leaves me very curious because I'm like, I feel like this person could have made like other stuff for sure. Maybe I mean if he kept making the same thing, it would probably get kind of repetitive. But like, it's the kind of music I really like because it gets incredibly under my skin. Like this is the kind of music I would listen to, while walking through an alleyway. I've had incredibly bad days where I would listen. Like if my boss chewed me out hard one day, I would listen to this album and just sit in my room.
Oh! Coconuts covers Bad Day.
Cause every day ought to be a bad day for you.
Cause you had a bad day.
Oh. You had a bad day. I know I sing it like terribly, but the guy like his mixing, like all of his vocals get drowned out. Kind of like teen suicide in a way, I would say. It's almost lo-fi vocal recording, but it
I
kind
can
of
picture that,
works
yeah.
because it almost feels like wallpaper vocals that just kind of fit the mood rather than like have anything to say. I'd be curious to see a lyric sheet just to say what he's actually saying because it gets drowned out a lot. And I'm kind of used to that with a lot of the songs I listen to nowadays, but it's nice. I like it. And yeah, any album that uses like grating metal as like an instrument, it almost reminds me of like a dirty saxophone or something. Like that song from Pulp Fiction, like that. Comanche.
How could I not forget?
How can you not forget? Yeah, it's and speaking of another thing I like to do while listening to this album, it's great to listen to if you're playing like a game like Manhunt or like Dead Space.
Anything that's really dark.
Dead Space 2 or even BioShock for that matter, like just games that have like this brutal atmosphere that you're just always on edge.
Oh, like Silent Hill.
Silent Hill's atmosphere, I guess that would kind of work too, yeah.
Resident Evil.
Resident Evil, sure.
Oh, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard in particular.
Yeah.
What's another?
Cody,
I guess Alien Isolation also.
Alien Isolation would work too, yeah. I even play Among Us while listening to it. I know it's goofy, but it's just like
that's strange.
I'm in the electric room. It's like you see another guy who's
new side project. Lyle listens to a record and compares if it stacks up in Among Us or not.
Yeah, and you just see a guy come into you in the electric room. It's like
This might sound like a weird comparison, but there are moments on here in terms of the tension, I would think, and just the general atmosphere and vibe from what Lyle's saying. I get a little bit of like Velvet Underground, White Light, White Heat, kind of. Like it's very raw, but it's got its own uniqueness to it where I think it would have definitely fit in 2010, but I mean, I can also respect him not wanting to do any of it live because I think some of it is just so intense that there's no real way you can replicate it in the same way in front of people.
Yeah, I don't know if you could get it's definitely like kind of like that Spiderland energy where it's like in studio.
A lot of post rock in there for sure.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a post rock album. I mean, I don't even know how to categorize it, man. It's like dark wave, but there's no synth or electronic.
Dark rock. You just listen to
dark rock. There you go. It's not dark wave because there's no synth. It's not. It's sometimes called noise rock, but noise rock has more of a harmony. No, not really harmony, but has more.
Well, I mean, early Sonic Youth is more an example of like noise rock. What about No Wave? That I can
No
see
Wave
that
would almost work for this too in a way, but I don't know. The atmosphere
it's
is
it's
so
the
thick.
Brooklyn thing, it's the New York connection.
Yeah, but the atmosphere is so thick you could cut it with a knife with this album. I love listening to it all the way through.
Sludge wave. Let's just make up genres that may or may not have actually existed at one point or another.
I almost say like industrial, but it's not really metal. I don't know. I'll just say
warehouse wave, wave,
post rock, whatever. Now, sometimes you can't categorize things. You just listen to it and go, "Yes, I like this. More, please."
Yeah. It just categorizes as rock on Apple Music.
I know.
Because when I heard Coconuts, I'm like, "Oh, is that like an intense version of the Junior Senior track Shake Your Coconuts?"
Patrick Starr approves because he got hit in the head with a coconut.
Coconuts? No, this is Patrick.
Yeah,
that guy got hit in the head with a coconut.
Is this a zombie invasion? No, this is Patrick.
And then even better, he got hit in the head with another coconut.
Yeah. If I had to recommend songs to each of you, Evan, you might like you and Josh would probably like When She Smiles because that's a bit more.
Oh yeah, pick the only short song, sure.
That's a nice.
You don't think we can handle it, huh?
Okay, well, to Evan, I would recommend When She Smiles because that's kind of like a nice like song about thinking about a girl, I guess, and like all the nice times you had together.
Easy friend.
Although it might be a little overstimulating at times, I don't know. Josh, I would well, you and Cody, I would definitely recommend Lost Bitches and Dark World. There's some interesting stuff in that song, especially if you like dark music as much as I do. But definitely check out Silver Lights if nothing else. Dean's Blues, you can kind of take it or leave it. It's not a very strong song to end the album, to be honest with you.
You know what would have been even better if they promoted some sort of Christmas update for Hotline Miami by making like a Christmas-ish remix of Silver Lights and make it sound like silver bells, silver lights. It's zombie killing time in the city.
Just playing with like chimes, that'd be great. Or
Yeah.
like with bells, actually. That'd be great.
Devolver does publish some pretty good stuff. I mean, they're going to be co-publishing a new Monkey Island game with Lucasfilm, and
All
Ron
right.
Gilbert is creating it. So it should be the Monkey Island 3 that we never got. But that's a tangent for another episode.
Yeah. It's the kind of music that makes you say, you're not a nice person, are you?
Coming soon, just so to speak. Rants on things that didn't become a reality.
No more Mr. Hotline.
Yep. And that leads you into you, Josh.
All right. So, okay, my last pick was really intense, kind of dark, kind of blunt, just kind of necessary for the time, but we're going to mellow things out a little bit, and we're going to actually go to 1983 for the debut record from one of the most important indie rock bands in the genre, and that is the debut from REM, Murmur.
Ah, nice.
Nice.
I love REM.
REM had obviously gone through a lot of changes, and even though they have unfortunately been defunct since 2011,
Yeah.
I think this Murmur is the best example of the potential they had, just because there was they had a big underground following, and really leading up from their EP Chronic Town from a year or two prior, there's everything on Murmur. There's a lot of jangle. There's a lot of rich production. There's a lot of clearly obtuse songwriting choices, but that's meant to be intentional. There's a lot of harmony, and there's a lot of minimalism. Nothing's too technical, but I think it's all the better for it is what I'm trying to say, and it's anchored, of course, by the opening track and the big single, Radio Free Europe.
Yeah.
It's essentially
I've heard
about
of that
the radio network Radio Free Europe that is run by the U.S. government to broadcast to Europe and the Middle East. But of course, Michael Stipe pointing out that it's very easy to cross the line between informing and propaganda.
Yeah.
And especially with early REM, Michael Stipe's lyrics are intentionally obtuse, and I can understand even reading them on a site like Genius, for example. You're not going to get the full context, but just like it's fascinating to see that sort of like art student or like 20-somethings, like intellectual 20-somethings approach to such complex topics, but with such real. There's no other way to say it. Peter Buck's guitar is incredibly jangly, and it's like it's interesting to see. They were one of the first real bands to give the scene in Georgia, specifically in Athens, which is ever since they broke out, Athens has become a big hotbed for a lot of acts, and it's really helped, Atlanta by proxy also pick up a lot of steam in the 80s and 90s and onward.
I remember back when I went through a little small REM phase when I listened to Automatic for the People.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which is an excellent album. I did a cover of the song Drive when I had a bass, and I used to have a bass, and I had my acoustic guitar. I did like track for track. I did the acoustic, and then I did the bass, and I just kind of covered the singing, and I kind of layered them. Didn't really turn out as successful as I was hoping, but
How'd you manage drums? Did you just clap or something? Or?
Actually, I was just hitting the frets of not the frets, the strings of the guitar at the beginning, just kind of like yeah.
Trying to be a little Ed Sheeran, are you?
A little bit, yeah.
With the loops. I would actually recommend, Cody, you should check out Laughing. It's it's catchy, but like the lyrics are literally just describing the Greek myth of Laocoon, basically as this a Trojan priest that was forced to watch his sons get devoured by sea serpents.
Oh, nice. That's metal.
But apparently Michael Stipe accidentally misgendered Laocoon. He liked the way Laocoon and her two sons sounded, obviously, but he liked the way it sounded, but just like that. Lighted, laughing. And I kind of like the metaphor of Greek mythology as you can interpret it as, a woman and her kids escaping from a potential domestic abuse situation, or any sort of strife or dangerous situation. There's some sense of stability in there. I also have actually really grown to appreciate a track like Perfect Circle with its piano line that's really dreamy, and even though again kind of obtuse songwriting, but it's very easy to sort of like just sway back and forth to. But fun fact, so I stand by the fact that the track Catapult is one of REM's best, which is a shame that they stopped playing it live after 1984 because of all this crap they went through trying to frickin' record it in the first place.
Wow.
Yeah, there was a producer that was who would later work with acts like New Order, Pet Shop Boys, and Erasure, who was assigned to produce the album originally. But the sessions got so tense, mostly because the guy was a dick, and especially towards the song, he didn't like this song, and he kept trying to like add stuff to it, which angered them. So the band lobbied to have Don Dixon and Mitch Easter basically re-record the album, and it was much closer to what the band wanted, but because of that, they didn't really go back to it much. They removed it from regular live performances after 1984, and it's a shame because this song is so fantastic that the little guitar opening and of course that chorus, catapult, catapult, catapult. I listened to this song a lot sometimes when I was at my cottage, so it kind of reminds me of that little like a spring or fall vibe, with trees around. It's very, I guess it has a lot of the southernness of the band's roots in there.
Mm. I don't know if you know this, Josh, but Michael Stipe and Big Red Machine collaborated a couple years back.
I could see that. It always comes back to Justin Vernon, doesn't it?
I'm surprised I haven't heard of this album before. Like, I'm familiar with Green and Automatic for the People.
Well,
obviously.
it's because this is where it all started. This was on IRS Records, which was started by Stuart Copeland's brother,
cool.
Miles.
Nice. Yeah, because I know, like REM played like a massive part in like creating like college radio and all that. And, like this was probably like their big step in the door. So yeah, I want to listen to this because REM
I think you'd actually love it.
I know I would.
Evan, I would recommend. I'd actually recommend Talk About the Passion.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I think you would like the message behind that. That's a really good one. Of course, Lyle, I think you would really like Catapult. And I also would recommend Sitting Still, which is the very next track.
Mm.
It's upbeat, and I just love that refrain of I can hear you, I can hear you. Yeah, but it's more just like Michael Stipe has said that part is literally just a bunch of vowels strung together, but the harmony on here, it's really hard to explain other than it's really nice.
Yeah.
And I mean,
well, they always sound nice.
I'm gonna nitpick a little, but We Walk isn't as like I remember as a fun fact. I listened through this in 2015 when I was gonna like review it myself, and I made a bunch of notes. I don't know if I still have them, but I felt We Walk was like the weakest track on here. And it's still mostly been proven to be the weakest song on here, but the closing track, West of the Fields, I honestly felt that like. Gavin Rossdale must have been a fan of Murmur because, like, his vocal delivery kind of sounds like how Michael Stipe does on West of the Field sometimes. Long gone, long gone, long gone, kind of like that.
That's pretty grungy, yo.
Mm.
But I could see that being an influence. But one of the greatest things about this record isn't even necessarily the music on it, but rather the image, the artwork of the record. You see what looks like trees and some weeds. So those are actually the kudzu weed, which apparently is more of an enemy species in North America because it grows so rapidly that it completely overtakes everything and blocks out the sun, and other plants can't grow when they die.
Mm.
So there was a trestle on the back cover of the original record that was originally part of the Georgia Railroad line that goes into downtown Athens, and it actually becomes something of a landmark, largely thanks to its inclusion and significance from the record. And there were several plans to demolish it over the years, but in 2000 they voted to save the trestle. But unfortunately in 2012 the local government could no longer afford to keep it going, and in 2016 there were plans that had begun to demolish it. It was approved in 2019, and work had begun in 2020 to destroy it, but there is a plan to build a replica of it, as well as preserve some of the original one.
I mean, that's something at least.
I mean, it really speaks to REM's role in like helping to preserve, Athens' local culture and local stuff in the city as well. And it's who would have thought that essentially a plant would be so significant.
Right?
My favorite REM song would probably be Superman.
That's a
Which
nice
is a
one.
cover, and it's also a creepy cover, so that's a take.
Maybe that's not my
But
favorite one. I don't know. That's one always comes to mind. Is Superman.
yeah, I mean, I think Murmur is really a great starting point for anybody wanting to get into REM, and I guess to expand it to the larger REM spectrum, if you will. I would say definitely go with Murmur, and I would say Murmur to start, and then maybe go towards something like Reckoning or Life's Rich Pageant. Then go more towards the Peak Years, Document, Green, Automatic for the People.
Of course.
And those are like the main. Murmur is really high up there just because they started out so strong. And definitely, if you like Murmur, go back to their debut EP Chronic Town from 1982 because there are some really great EP tracks on there, like Gardening at Night and Carnival of Sorts Boxcars, for example. That you hear a lot of what becomes on Murmur on there, and it's still a band that's really trying to figure themselves out, but just like the mix of the solid percussion from Bill Berry and Mike Mills he establishes himself as a really solid, backing vocalist right from the beginning. Cause that plays a pivotal role throughout REM's career as they go on, and I'm still glad that this record exists just because it might not be a long record per se, but it will stay with you, and just with like. Especially there were parts where like I could hear Apple Music has this as like a high res lossless option, so I was able to pick out details that I hadn't heard before in initial listenings, and so there was a lot more depth there that I felt this time. Maybe it was just the way the remaster was done, or maybe it was just something with the tech in Apple Music. Again, who knows? But I feel like there are a lot of those little details that I definitely want to go through the rest of REM's discography now to see if there's other smaller things I can pick out now.
I try to avoid the remasters of albums the first time I hear them. I try to
Oh,
seek
you're one of those purists.
then I'll listen to the OG and then I'll move on to the remastered if I like it. I just try to listen to it as the way that the world was brought up to it.
The thing is, sometimes though, when there is an anniversary edition and or a new remaster of a record, streaming services will remove the older one and only have the newer one.
That's true. Yeah. They always put other versions of albums in Apple Music. I'm always kind of hunting down those ones.
Actually, what's kind of funny is that in 9/9, there's that "Now I Lay Me Down to Sleep" whatever line. It's like, well, first there was that, and then they did it on Enter Sandman. I didn't realize putting children's prayers in popular in rock songs was a trend. It's true. There was the bridge in Enter Sandman.
Yeah, it took me a second.
Hush, little baby, don't say a word.
This time I got that Enter Sandman reference. Yeah. I know in one album's episode I didn't catch on when I should have.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing is even from the songwriting perspective, REM there's a lot more depth in there than most people would have given them credit for. But it does have a little bit of that sort of art school, looking at the world from a certain point of view. Maybe a little more, maybe either not so cynical, but a little less idealist. There's trying to have a lot more earnestness in there. So I respect a lot more for that because it doesn't try to be anything else. And REM never were anything other than themselves.
And that's what I appreciate about them.
And that truly is the REM way. You're right. Let's clean up let's recycle these shards and go. Or whatever that thing is from Home in the Mo.
I remember looking at Michael Stipe's, he went through a face painting phase when he performed, right?
Yeah. I think the REM live record from 2005, the cover is that. Let me see here.
And is there an official drummer of REM?
Not anymore. Well, I guess Bill Berry is back in the band, but Bill Berry was the drummer for a long time until 1997.
Okay.
Because there was a thing in 1995 when he had a ruptured brain aneurysm and he collapsed on stage in Lausanne, Switzerland. But he of course recovered, but he left the band in October of 97.
Okay, because there's never
he basically retired since then.
Okay. Yeah, there's never really an official drummer for REM, which was kind of strange.
Well, no, Bill Berry was the drummer. I believe Bill Rieflin had also... Well, Joey Waronker played drums for a bit with REM, and then Bill Rieflin toured with them. Although Bill Rieflin, I believe, passed away in 2020.
Okay.
Yes, about just over 2 years ago at this point. But
All right.
I also really like the stuff that they've done, like outside of REM. Peter Buck actually has done. He's part of the Baseball Project, which is this really cool group that like writes these really nice rock songs about events in baseball. They've only put out 3 albums, but if there's any sports fans out there that like their indie rock, I'd highly recommend the Baseball Project.
Hmm.
Actually, yeah, Peter Buck and Mike Mills are in the Baseball Project. So if you like, if you like REM and you like sports, that's a good combo right there.
I was about to sing. No. It was a Scott Stapp baseball song. Did you guys know that? The singer from Creed made a song about baseball.
Yeah, was it good?
Let's play ball. It's game day. We have strikeouts and knockouts, double play.
That's yeah. That's him.
That's a thing.
That's a thing that exists.
All right, we in the last round, gentlemen?
Last round. Let's take it
Yes.
home, boys.
All right.
Alright.
My last album of the night, and I guess it's sort of electronica, so going from Moby to this is kind of fitting.
Mhm.
This next album is in my top 5 favorite albums of all time.
Oh wow.
Yes, it has grown on me in a very, very almost feel good way. It's one of my favorite probably my favorite feel good album of all time, and I discovered it back in 2017 when I was going through just like a TV on the radio phase, because that's who I'm talking about. It's TV on the radio's Seeds from 2014. Now, I mentioned this to you guys before, that I got into TV on the radio because there was a track in Breaking Bad that played. It was DLZ.
Which season?
Season 1. It was you're gonna remember it because we talked about it, but it's when the guys approached Walter White.
Right!
Yeah, from Dear Science.
Yes, from Dear Science. Yeah, this is beginning to feel like a dog walks a bone. I'm like, this song is awesome. And then when I was like, my uncle, do you know this band? And he's like, this is one of my favorite bands of all time. You got to get into them for sure. I'm like, okay. So I listened to Dear Science. I listened to the album that has Wolf Like Me on it. I forget what it's called.
Return to Cookie Mountain, which is, I think, their best.
Yes, absolutely. I saw the funniest thing.
Again, how come you couldn't just take us to Cookie Mountain? We could pass the land of chocolate on the way.
I saw the funniest thing. It says, Wolf Like Me plus driving down the speedway driving down the highway equals speeding ticket. I'm like, yes, that's so true. Sorry, anybody knows that song knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But their album Seeds, and it's actually their last album. I don't know if they're gonna make a new one soon, but
I don't know.
Seeds.
It was kind of a weird thing. So I remember being around when 9 Types of Light was about to come out in 2011, but then a few days later, their former bassist and keyboardist Gerard Smith passed away.
Yeah.
And they obviously put this record out since, but I don't know if they've done a lot of touring since then either.
No, they actually haven't.
It's kind of a weird note.
Yeah. With Seeds, it's just they're a their sound is really just a combination of like rock, hip hop, funk, R&B. It's just like a blender of all these genres just rolled into one. And there's something just very like I just feel so alive when I listen to this album. There's like a vibe of like just like there's even like lyrics within like, even the song Trouble. It's just like, and I know now every little thing's gonna be okay, and I keep telling myself, don't worry, be happy. Just various like no, not that one. The Careful You, I swear, sounds like a song that's
Eugene.
like it sounds like a song that's like literally played on like an opening of a TV show that hasn't been made yet. My favorite track is probably Ride, because there's like a 1.5 to almost 2 minute build up towards it, and it blasts off into this fucking like drive of just like caught up in the feeling, jumping around the ceiling, blink of an eye, higher than high. Like there's great melodies within this. For the ones I'd recommend, just to give you guys like a little bit of a taste, I know Josh is a little bit more familiar, but Josh, I would recommend Love Stained. And all 3 of you need to listen to Laser Ray.
I actually know Lazare because it was in the Guitar Hero TV portion of Guitar Hero Live.
Of course.
Can you play it in one of those games?
Not anymore.
Oh.
You can look up YouTube videos of it. Actually, no. If you have
Jumping.
Clone Hero, you can probably search around and find it.
Jumping
And
a
unless you're more
laser
talented,
ray
you can kind of
influence.
play it in a PS3 emulator, but it's a little complicated.
It's a fast song.
I know it has, I think, over 1,000 notes when I played it. 1,100.
Winter.
Winter?
Listen to Winter off of Seeds.
I remember
Sounds-
hearing Of
sounds
Happy Idiot when like this was coming out, and that was okay, but
No,
I mean, I'll be honest, I
that's a
haven't
highlight.
been. I think like I liked TV on the Radio's earlier stuff because it was a lot more of a shoegaze and more psych
Yeah.
influence. I mean, again, Wolf Like Me, obviously, but some of the other tracks on Return to Cookie Mountain and even their debut record, Desperate Youth, Bloodthirsty Babes, in 2004.
That's the album that had. It's like Red. I heard that one first. What was the one where it was like Red?
9 Types of Light.
That's
in
the one.
2011.
Never mind, not that one. I was thinking of something else. I only listened to just 4 albums, but I really love Dear Science, Return to Cookie Mountain, and Seeds is my favorite. I gotta get more into like the earlier stuff. Evan, I would actually recommend Happy Idiot. You don't relate to it, don't worry. It's kind of like an upbeat kind of song. I don't know how to describe it. Like, since you left me, babe, it's been
I was
a
gonna say
long
on the
way
debut record,
down.
David Bowie actually did backup vocals on the song Province, so it was kind of neat to see
Oh, did he?
a band go from having such a vocal support, like on your first record to be able to get such a legend like that.
Wow.
I didn't know he was on Province. Holy shit.
Yeah.
It's kind of
There's the version of Province from the first record, but it's also. Oh, you know what? Province is on Return to Cookie Mountain. I thought it was on the first record. Okay, still that's why Return to. I don't know why couldn't they have called the first record Cookie Mountain so they could have made this the sequel.
And everything is.
I don't have a lot to say about Seeds, to be perfectly honest.
No, it's okay. It's the theme of it is all perfectly tied with actually the last track of the album, Seeds, where you got that lyric of like, rain comes down like it always does, but this time I got seeds on ground. It's kind of like this nice like notion of just like, I actually heard this philosophy recently where it's like we need to like contemplate like really morbid shit sometimes because. If
we've had a lot of time the last few years to do that, haven't we?
Yeah. But like it's like if you mentally pour like manure all over your brain, like flowers would probably stem from that. I don't know. I find that's kind of true sometimes. You can figure out how to like get yourself out of like bad situations if you can't just go through life pretending like everything is just good. And it's important to like remind yourself that you can get yourself out of like a headspace. And with the album Seeds, it's like my summer track. It's like my summer jam now.
Oh, wow.
I listen to it in the summertime. I listen to it like on some commutes, like when I'm gonna go hang out with friends. Ever since it's just always screamed like times like I'm gonna be hanging out with like, and it always hits every other year. 2017 was the year that I discovered it, and I listened to it nonstop. In 2019, I listened to it a lot. And then just this past summer in 2021, I was listening to tracks that didn't really click with me as much the first time. But now, I mean, we all have that sometimes where you love an album. There's some tracks that hit the first time, and then like upon revisiting, eventually like other tracks that you kind of dismissed start to like click with you a little bit more. That happened with me with this one. And I'd say for certain, like this is like a track for track, like all 12 songs are like unskippable. I love them. And it just makes me feel alive, and it's in my top 5 favorite albums of all time, I would say.
Nice.
I think
it's interesting to see the production, because like Dave Ctek's produced all the TV on the Radio stuff he's been a member for the whole time, but he's also produced for a bunch of other acts, and it's a good production. The production does add a bit, I will say, but at the same time, I do feel like it's a little diluted on this record compared to previous ones.
Yeah, I mean, I love TV on the Radio just in general, but for some reason Seeds just kind of click with me more. Like, I would sometimes actually just like play like a shuffle of all 3 of the album, Return to Cookie Mountain, Dear Science, and Seeds. I just put on shuffle of all 3, and it's still consistently fun. I just love the band because they're so unique. They're like a genre bending band. It's hard to
I
kind
think part of it comes down to like, when I was starting to get into music, I obviously knew I would go towards more of that sort of particular scene of stuff that would be prime best new music targets for like Pitchfork and what have you. But there are some parts where it's like sometimes it's a little too much for me.
See, like I'm so bad at describing music. I'd rather just like sometimes like listen to this.
This is awesome, and then this is awesome, and then this isn't so awesome.
Yeah, it's like I just kind of like wish we like all. I mean, I know we get flagged for copyright after copyright if we play the tracks underneath what we're talking about, but like it's like I love to just let you guys experience hearing it.
Those are called full album live stream listens, where we just basically listen through it.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's an idea.
I think though, see, it's interesting because it sort of does explain why they haven't done anything since 2014. Because again, I imagine a lot of it was sort of written and recorded like with the weight of Gerard Smith's passing on them. So it kind of felt like maybe this was they felt this was a strong notice they could go out on. And it doesn't appear as if they're on an indefinite hiatus because it would say otherwise. But they've been around for over 20 years. So maybe there is going to be a comeback of sorts in the next few years when things ease up a little.
I have them on Facebook. Like I follow them. I wait the day they're going to announce some tour, and hopefully they come here because I would definitely see them.
Nice.
Yeah.
I hope you do.
Yeah.
All right,
Evan.
Let's go back to 2001. No, 2000.
2000.
Yeah, 2000.
Yeah.
This is the album that bridged the 90s and the 2000s. One of the albums that bridged it.
You're taking the words right out of my mouth. That's literally what I was
sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
So Evan's final pick is what happens when he takes something I say seriously for a change.
Yeah, you guys are on top of this. Holy shit.
Jeez.
What is it, Evan?
You know what? I'll let Millhouse take this. It's NSYNC!
Okay, well, I'll just let you guys cover the thing. Fuck this.
Word. Yeah, we've just been referencing Simpsons in everything we possibly can.
Yeah, like anytime. It's so to speak. What do you expect?
Yeah. Well, can I provide the context?
That's hilarious because we referenced Freddy Got Fingered, Arthur, and
SpongeBob.
Simpsons and SpongeBob.
Yeah.
In this episode, we do it every single time. I swear to God.
So on the last episode where Evan and I talked about Arthur a few weeks ago, or I guess last week when it went up, I remember we had talked about one of the direct-to-video specials, Arthur, It's Only Rock and Roll, which had the Backstreet Boys as the anchor of that. And I had asked Evan, would you rather watch that special again or the Simpsons episode from season 12, New Kids on the Block, where NSYNC are prominent guest stars? And of course he picked It's Only Rock and Roll, and I thought that makes sense. But it's ironic considering arguably around the time the episode and the special came out, NSYNC would have been the larger act by comparison. Although
the special in question came out in 2002.
Yes.
And this album, No Strings Attached,
but the episode with NSYNC was on came out in 2001.
Yeah. And they all had another album out in 2001 called Celebrity, so they were already on top of the shit heap, so to speak.
And then they would have been on indefinite hiatus by the next year. So, but let's not dwell on that.
Oh wow! Because by the time Pop, not on this album I'm going to talk about, became like one of my favorite songs to listen to, at the age of 11, they were on hiatus. Wow, that's crazy. Anyway. Okay, so as it turns out, I only knew the album I'm going to talk about. Yes, based on a challenge from Josh,
You're welcome.
Is No Strings Attached by NSYNC, and as it turns out, I only knew three songs off of this album. Obviously, Bye Bye Bye. Everyone and their mother has heard that song.
It slaps for a reason. You've got those like little synth strings in the intro, and just the harmonies and the production. It tries out a little bit of that rock flair, but it mirrors a bit of breakup song, but in the sense that the whole concept of the title is basically NSYNC were successfully able to requests to get their release from Lou Pearlman and Transcontinental and all that stuff. If you know the history of 90s teen pop, then you know the history of that man and what he did to fuck over a whole bunch of groups, Backstreet Boys and NSYNC included. There's a great documentary on YouTube that goes into that Lance Bass actually produced.
Yeah.
If you count how many times that I've seen the Bye 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 music video growing up on Much Music, it's just
that music video.
Ugh.
I saw making the video that's also on YouTube.
It's very creative.
The string on the
yeah.
strings and all that. Yeah,
there's some decent stuff, but just like the harmonies on that, and just like the duality between Justin Timberlake and JC Chazé, which I will admit the reason why I mostly started going by JC in the last like 4 or 5 years is because I got back into NSYNC probably in the mid 2010s, late 2010s, and saw there's a JC, so I'm like, why couldn't I have just gone by that all this time? It's so much easier.
Actually, Evan, if you watch Sean Baker's new film Red Rocket, you will not listen to Bye 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 the same ever again.
Oh, right.
The movie almost steals that song and actually like staples it now. It's so strange, in a very strange, uncomfortable, and hilarious way.
Okay.
It plays like multiple times throughout it.
It's funny. It's funny.
I think the fascinating thing.
That's all right. I was just gonna point out. It's funny we brought it up because it's like, then like just recently like Turning Red came out and kind of captured that boy band.
Yeah,
that's right.
And guess what? And guess what year Turning Red is set in?
2002.
Correct.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
What's fascinating with NSYNC is that like the idea they were formed as like focusing more on vocal harmonies because like all 5 of them have like some distinct timbre in there. Obviously, you have Chris Kirkpatrick on the very high end, and then you have Justin more like right center, like slightly less higher, and then you have Joey who is more, I guess, in the middle. I'd say that might be a bit rusty terminology. I'm not sure, but like Lance could actually hit some pretty low notes when if you listen close, but just like the way they're able to mesh and flow all their voices together. We don't get to talk a lot about teen pop on this podcast, but like the impetus always was that teen pop was made and marketed solely for like preteen to teenage girls. But like I was that kid that had Backstreet Boys and NSYNC records and a Britney Spears record.
Hey,
I freely admit to that too.
Fine,
that's fine. No shame at all.
That's
but it was
typically
one of those weird things where I finally completed like those like boy band CD collections from like my local Value Village a few years ago.
All right.
Because I had some. I actually remember getting No Strings Attached when it came out.
Yeah. So going back to how I experienced the album. So like I said, I literally just listened to the album in its entirety for the first time in my whole life.
Hey Evan.
Are you gonna let me talk about the fucking album or what? Sorry?
What month is it going to be in 24 days from now?
It's
gonna be May. Alright, now that we've got
I fucking refuse to answer.
Which is, to bring it back to Turning Red, they of course also jumped on the old meme by using it in the trailer.
One song I actually did recognize is Space Cowboy. And
yes
take a space ride with the cowboy. If you wanna fly.
And yes, that song was in the movie Space Cowboys, directed by Clint Eastwood.
I wasn't misremembering.
Yes,
I feel like
seen that.
Okay,
most people remember.
Just for the sake of clarity, are Cody and I the only ones here who've seen Space Cowboys?
I've seen part of it. I know Space Cowboys.
So.
There's a part where they're walking up to NASA.
Yes.
Just imagine 4 old geezers walking up
with NSYNC blasting.
With NSYNC blasting. Take a space ride with the cowboy.
And they're all wearing cowboy hats too because it's in Texas.
From Left Eye.
Yeah,
no, say Space Cowboy.
I laughed out loud at that moment.
Okay.
Wasn't even mentioning the Netflix show Cowboy Bebop.
Okay, so
better.
A song a song that I found so catchy, I actually went back and played it again. Was Just Got Paid.
Oh, it's a cover. It's a cover of the Johnny Kemp track from I think 1988, but like they do a great job. Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Got paid Friday night. It's got that like late 80s R&B New Jack.
Totally, it does.
Yeah.
No Strings Attached was No Strings Attached. Makes Me Ill was alright.
Oh, it makes me up. I was hanging with the fellas. Sorry, with your new boyfriend. Making me that little like teardrop synth, like that. Choo-choo, 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 that like the Neptunes and maybe
Right.
BT and some other producers in the early 2000s would make popular. It sounds like leaky sink with like the water droplets coming really fast.
No Strings Attached. I finally got where New Kids on the Block got that rhythm drop. Which, yeah, that
What song
one.
was it from?
No Strings
The
Attached.
title
Oh,
track.
the actual title track?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also. Oh, by the way, Digital Get Down. I actually had a really good laugh because
that
Digital Get Down was made in a time when only the rich and the cool could talk to each other and date each other over webcam. Because
cybersex.
it's not like we were ever gonna be doing that as a norm, 20 and some odd years
It was
later.
ahead of its time.
Digital Get Down was
ahead of its time.
I am not going to say NSYNC was ahead of its time.
Actually, but with that logic, Digital Get Down would only become more relevant in the last couple of years.
Not my fucking point exactly.
You may be 20,000 miles away, but we still can't leave our house.
Yeah.
Do you know where I first heard Pop?
Pop, where did you first?
Have you guys ever seen Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius?
Yeah, that's where he
Yeah.
sneaks out of his parents' house to go to the carnival.
Pop in Jimmy Neutron.
Yes.
And on the soundtrack, the Deep Dish Cha-Ching remix. I
Yeah.
know this because I have the soundtrack, but
Yeah.
that's besides the point.
Oh, crazy.
Anytime I'm on a roller coaster, if I'm at right when it drops, all of a sudden I start thinking, "If you ever wonder why this music gets you high."
Oh, wow.
I
I
have a
do
story
remember that song from
about
Jimmy
one of these
Neutron.
songs here.
Yeah.
So I went to summer camp in the summer of 2000, and the camp dance that year, because the year before was actually Larger Than Life from Backstreet Boys.
Ah,
from Millennium.
yes.
But in 2000, it was Bringing the Noise, and that slaps hard. That has stayed.
Bringing
with
the
me
Noise,
for-
yeah, I thought that was okay. Yeah. Bringing the Noise, that's a good.
I feel bad.
That's When I'll Stop Loving You, I think it's called. That was okay. Okay, I like how the first half of the album are kind of like party-ish, breakup-y songs, and then the end of the album
like
is all
top-heavy,
like mushy love stuff. That's kind of clever.
I remember I'll Be Good For You, and I thought you knew as a kid. I didn't really necessarily care for those that much. I guess they're okay, but then again,
Yeah,
it's
'cause
2000.
I feel like that's-
like
but here's
multiple
the thing.
editions in different countries.
When you have a boy band that appeals to both males and females under the age of 12, the like dancing tunes and the party tunes appeal more to the guys, and the lovey mushy love songs appeal more to the girls.
Speaking of this, I promise you.
Yeah, true. That there's
No, actually, I do enjoy that. It's a very
Yeah.
soft ballad, but like it is. I totally would have pictured it
Like-
being played at a lot of like proms and weddings in the early 2000s.
for sure.
In fact, it's not on my wedding playlist, but I know Pop is.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Cool. I look forward to it.
I wanted to put this, I promise you, but I already have almost 10 hours of music on here, so it's probably gonna push it a little
And
too far.
you're probably gonna get through half of that.
I'm in the early stages of making my playlist.
You know, it's and that's another thing with this record. The singles, like again, we talked about the music video for Bye Bye Bye, but It's Gonna Be Me's is actually pretty interesting too. The whole like, it almost reminds me of like they watched Small Soldiers and thought, what if we just did that but set it in a toy store?
Heyo,
Yeah.
Why not?
that's right at my alley.
And it is interesting though. It's like it is like a bit of Toy Story mixed with Small Soldiers, but instead of like the toy NSYNC members interacting in like the department store, whatever store it's supposed to be. Then when everyone gets scanned on like the register, all of a sudden they spring up in their life size. So imagine if that happened with Toy Story.
Yeah.
Actually, Evan, I recommend listening to, after doing No Strings Attached, I recommend Backstreet Boys' Millennium.
Yeah.
Which one is that? Is that the
That
one?
has, that has Larger Than Life.
I have. Yeah.
I Want It That Way, Tearing Up My Heart. Yeah.
No,
you know,
Tearing
it's-
Up My Heart's from the self-titled debut from NSYNC.
Sorry.
See, I always
They're always-
the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC are kind of interchangeable.
That's how I feel about Blink-182 and Sum 41.
Seriously?
Yeah, I get them all mixed up all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, yeah, no. I'm so glad that we've had a chance to talk about this Because if you hadn't, I would have.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I listened to it just to challenge myself, because I feel like my boy band phase kind of began and ended with one Backstreet Boys Greatest Hits album when I was 11, and then honestly, like then like rock and roll took over, and I was like, just
Oh no,
committed.
I get the vibe you're going for, like that feeling, you felt like all these certain tracks are familiar to you, like I was aware of them, but then there was like a few that you hadn't heard of that kind of brought you back to that time that you were listening to it.
Well, today when I was listening, I felt 11 again, like seriously.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the challenge.
More of a recommendation.
Yeah. I had fun. It's I kind of want to check out Celebrity now and Millennium too, just for the sake of seeing what else is out there. But yeah.
Yeah, it's not really my type of music, but I admit it sounds good sometimes.
Well, it's like the Skittles of music. Like you have too much of it, like it'll leave you.
One does not simply taste the rainbow.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Anyways,
that's why it's called pop, because it's very sugary.
Exactly.
This must be.
Is that going to be the new theme song for This Must Be Talk?
Yes.
Season 3 of Pop Talk. You're welcome.
Come by sometime. We'll record it again.
And I'm like, what an inspiration! You're the first person to be heard in that theme.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. I guess we're moving on to my last pick of the night. It's kind of in the same vein as Cody's. It's an album that's really grown to be one of my favorites, and it's definitely my definitive summer album. And that is and I kind of had a tough time with this, self-titled Sublime from 1996, their final album. Well, until Sublime with Rome came to be like a decade.
Yeah, it was a whole other thing that didn't really blow up as like how the record labels thought it would.
Yeah, it was a whole can of worms there. I had a tough time picking a Sublime album, man, because not even a year or two ago, I joined a Sublime cover band with our good buddy Assad.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, because it's like some guy reached out to me. He's like, "Oh, you play really good bass. I want you to be my Eric Wilson. Can you please be my Eric Wilson for this cover band?" I'm like, I guess I have free time on my hands these days. Yeah, sure. And
playing the bass just like Eric Wilson did.
Eric Wilson will be banging out there. And then, it's funny because I asked Assad, it's like, what do you think? You're the only guy I know who loves Sublime as much as I do. Do you think I should go for it? And he's like, yeah, man, sure. And then, the guy was like, oh, I need a singer too. And I went to Assad. I was like, would you like to be the singer of this band? It's like, oh, man, I thought you'd never ask. So it's kind of funny. It was like a network of me bouncing back and forth and building up this band from the get-go. But that's the thing with Sublime, is after joining this band, I grew to really appreciate their entire discography. That's the thing. I didn't know which one to choose, because 40 Ounce of Freedom, it's a pretty fun album. I like it. My only takeaway that kind of made me want to move on to something else is that there is a predominant amount of covers on that album.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they even covered Descendants at one point, and I'm like, holy crap. It's almost too fast for me to like it as much as the original. That kind of thing. But their cover of Scarlet Begonias is wonderful. It has a nice wake up in the morning kind of song. And then there's Robin the Hood.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
I would actually say Robin the Hood is their most aggressive by far.
It's definitely their most experimental and radically done. They recorded it inside of a dilapidated house, and there was this schizophrenic guy who would always walk around while they were recording, and sometimes they would record him just rambling.
Is this the guy on the album cover?
Yeah, the guy on the album.
Okay.
Robin Hood. I've only listened to the entire album in its entirety once, but it does have my all-time favorite Sublime song, which is STP. Anyone who loves writing charts for songs or playing with tempo, try listening to that song. It's the most bass-driven Sublime song I've ever heard. It's my favorite song to play by them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, next to
does that mean Stone Temple Pilots got their name from a Sublime song? No.
Oh my god.
I would actually say though, Robin the Hood does have one of my most underrated Sublime songs that more people should get into, and that is All You Need.
Yeah, it's a nice song. It's a nice song too. And but ultimately I did have to lean towards their last album, Sublime, because it's pretty much like
Their most iconic.
it's an iconic album, man. It has all their biggest hits, all their most radio friendly stuff, and it's really just such a breezy album to listen to. I love listening to it all the time.
It gives me Chili Pepper vibes.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that goes without saying.
Well,
But-
it has
Here's the thing though, they didn't make a big deal about California the way Mr. Bungle did on their California record. That's how you avoid the Chili Peppers wrath.
Is that when they sued? No, I might be thinking of something else. Forget it.
Well, they dissed him a lot.
Well, because I know that one of the most petty things that Chili Peppers did was they sued the creators of the show Californication over the word over the title
Yeah.
Californication.
Oh, wow.
And they lost to the creators of Californication because the court determined that Californication is not something you came up with. Therefore, Californication is actually a term and it's an expression. It's not.
They may have popularized it, but they don't claim it as their own.
You didn't claim the
Isn't that
terminology,
like
so it's
Taylor
not
Swift
intellectual property.
trademark the words "this sick beat"?
Yeah, or when the Fine Brothers try to coin like reaction
Tried to
videos.
trademark
Oh, Lord.
React.
It's like, dude, just like
Right.
Try
that
not
was
to-
a thing.
try not to monopolize everything. Just realize that you
Because
created
the Fine
something-
Brothers had to eat.
The
Yeah.
thing with the self-titled
They
records
weren't
that I
eating,
have-
but they wanted to overindulge.
My point exactly.
And then they lost their Pepto Bismol, and now they're gone. Who gives a shit about
Fuck the
them?
Fine Brothers.
Anyways, yeah.
They're not relevant anymore. Everyone
the thing
reacts
with
to
the
everything.
self-titled Sublime record is it's
Yes.
a little heartbreaking because like they
Yeah.
were just like we lost Bradley Knowles just as they were about to really finally make it.
Yeah, I didn't really want to dwell on Noel's death too much because I did cover him extensively in the
No, of
musicians we
That
lost too
does
soon.
play a factor into how it got so. It's the
Yeah.
same with a lot of stuff. Posthumously is posthumously a word?
Posthumously is a word, yeah.
Well, essentially, that will always play a factor in certain things, either gaining in popularity or having a resurgence.
Yeah, because I was just looking it up. Someone actually compared his death to that of Jonathan Larson just before his release of Rent.
Oh, you know what? In a weird way, they're not wrong because also, in a hot take, but Rent has been very overexposed in the last little bit, and I can also see that argument applying to this record.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the most radio-friendly Sublime song by a damn
Case in point,
stretch.
What I Got.
Yeah,
That is even with the Lady Madonna interpolation, it's actually a nice, fun, laid-back song. Got that nice acoustic solo and Noel's rapping, or like
Yeah,
it's almost
what I-
like borderline reggae-ish.
Yeah, What I Got
Smart.
and Garden Grove are both really nice laid-back chill songs. And probably the prettiest song off the album, Santeria.
Yes.
Man, during COVID, I just spent like a month learning that song on guitar, and I love playing it every day. It makes me feel so
The
easy.
beauty of Sublime is they can do the heavier stuff, but they also are really skilled at the reggae and ska because they have a genuine passion and love for it, and it really does show a lot of the time on a lot of the more mellow moments.
I remember Assad was like telling me like Lyle, I think like Bradley Knoll was just as like genius as like Kurt Cobain, like on the same level of like taking music and just despite its minimalism, it was just so like heavy hitting at times. Like, and that's the thing, like there's a lot of heavy songs too. Like there's almost ska punk at times with songs like Same in the End, which I didn't hear until I listened to the album in full, and my god, that's a good song. Like and I'm so happy it was in Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 remaster on PS4. Like yes,
Oh, yeah.
that's a good skate punk song. And then like on the same level as STP, I think Seed is another good song that has like a variation of like tempo and mood. It can be really punky, it can be funk, it can be like ska at the same time. And that's a really good one. And then I like this song, Burritos.
Yeah.
It's almost instrumental at times. There's the soloing on that is wild. Noel was like crazy on that song. And it's all about like just being lazy after like a hangover or something like that. And just
Oh
not
God, they basically it's basically the lazy song before the lazy song.
Right.
Now the cursed image of Bradley Knowles singing Today I don't feel like doing anything.
Nothing.
I'm sorry I ruined
Today
that
I
for you.
don't want to eat a burrito.
Nom, nom, nom.
And then,
Uh,
okay, our band could not play this song wrong way.
well, I kind of think it's good they don't play that song just because it's it's kind of seedy.
It's a
to
little
be put it
racy,
lightly.
yeah, but that's not the reason. It's because the song has so many key changes throughout,
Oh
that-
yeah, and
and it's like a walking bass line, and I have to keep remembering which chord change is what, and we always got lost. We could never play that song or nail it down, and then, unfortunately for my band, like, we just kind of dissolved after a while. Like, our drummer had a kid, and afterwards we were like, maybe we should find a new drummer. It's like, no, we like him too
Jimmy
much.
quit. Jody got married. Should have known you'd never get far.
We didn't even play. We didn't play a single song. We practiced so hard, and I've been like, guys, let's just play at a park. Let's just get like some amps. He can get like a bongo or whatever. Let's just play some Sublime. Doesn't even. We could play at a beach. Like, I don't care. Like, this summer, let's just play. And they never did. And I got frustrated after a while. It's like, God damn it, all this time and we didn't. Also, another song that's a little racy now is "Caress Me Down."
Yeah.
Oh,
Mucho
Jesus.
gusto, me amo Bradley. I'm hornier than Ron Jeremy.
Oh.
That's why. That's literally the first thing in this song.
My reaction just says it all. No, no.
I mean, I know Rome Ramirez. He says he can't cover that song, not just because of the Ron Jeremy shit, but because like he doesn't want to say "Me amo Bradley."
Well, then just rework the lyrics.
But
if
what
you
other
don't-
porn
I
star
don't know.
rhymes with Rome? I don't know.
Mm.
That's a. He could really sing in Spanish well. Like, he had groove.
It is impressive the Spanish language ability,
Yeah, like
especially on here.
yeah, like the bilingual nature of "Caress Me Down" is what impresses me the most. I remember Veronica. This is her favorite Sublime song, actually, and she always played it in the car. And sometimes her sister would listen to it, and she's like, "What kind of song is this?" And she's like, "Oh, Lyle introduced me to it." It's like, stop making me look like a perv. Alright? I want to be on good terms with your family. Good terms with your family.
I kind of like the softer moments where it's just like it's not so much about the effects of drugs or just like any of that stuff. There's like a track like Paddle Out, just their favorite surfing songs. It's just it has that California feel
Oh yeah.
in a way that I don't think they have hit much before.
Yeah, because there's other songs on the album like Jailhouse, which is all about like just wasting your time away in
Oh,
jail.
and of course the unofficial Pawn Stars anthem, Pawn Shop. Well, before Pawn Stars.
I hate that song. It's not even a bad song, but playing it on bass is torturous. It is 6 to 7 minutes of boom 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum. And they're like, oh, let's practice that song. I'm like, here's an idea. I'll get a loop pedal, and I'll just sit and I don't know, read an
Lyle
article.
Sheeran coming soon.
Can I ask? Can I ask what happened on April 29th, 1992 in Miami?
Oh yeah, that's an album. That's a
It's
pretty
mostly
heavy
about
song.
the Rodney King incident.
Yeah,
I
or
figured
more the
that,
aftermath.
but was that in Miami?
well, it's
No,
more
it was in
like
Los Angeles.
Yeah, I was about to say that's in Los Angeles.
well, that's the thing. It was just it's a song that captures the racial tensions
The
of
riots.
that era,
Yeah.
the constant rioting, and how Bradley would use that as an. Well, I think I can't tell if he actually did it or if it's just like an unreliable narrator story where it's just like him joining in the riots, getting free shit, and like, oh, I got this guitar the other day, and this is how I record this music.
Oh wow.
Oh look,
Oh,
look, a liquor store. Let's steal everything and burn it down.
Damn.
But
well,
it's
apparently in
a
the
dark
actual lyrics of
song.
the song, he actually says the wrong day. He says April 26th, 1992, but in the alternate version, Leary, he does say it right.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a heavy song. It has a lot of dark connotations, I suppose, context
I mean,
and everything.
You don't call a record like this a summertime one without the closing track doing time. Summertime and living's easy.
I feel sad when I listen to that song because they weren't able to finish that song correctly
Yeah.
because Bradley, like, well, first of all, I should probably say I did mention this in the other podcast, but Bradley did a lot of recreational use of drugs in this album, and I can't tell if that fueled his ability to write these songs in such a speed, because this is the longest Sublime album by far, and it's also like the one that has like the best material, and I wonder if he used his drug recreation as a way of like almost as a means of this is making me write better, and I got to get better in order because we're still not successful and we've had 2 albums. This one has to be a hit, and I feel like that approach him. And the partying was like almost nonstop. And eventually, he got kicked out of the recording booth after a while. Like 2 months before they were finished, like mastering, he got kicked out of the actual studio because it was so like bad. Yeah,
That's too bad.
Yeah, it's too bad. That's why doing time is kind of like you hear his like vocal recording, but other people like Adam Keefe Horowitz, Adam Yao from Beastie Boys,
Adam, yeah, wow.
and Du Bois Hayward and George Gershwin.
Now I'm just imagining an alternate version of like What I Got or something, but with the Beastie Boys on it. Lovin' is what I got.
Still remember that.
I mean, hey, that could almost be like Hello Nasty or Beastie Boys. That could have been the groundwork right there.
Yeah.
Imagine an alternate timeline where, like, there's some Sublime features on Hello Nasty.
Yeah. Sorry, I misquoted. It's not that they appeared on the song, maybe some of them did, but like some of their works were sampled.
Oh, they were sampled.
Like George Gershwin
that could have
was
still been a
sampled
good gateway as well. What's weird to me is that they have the reprise of What I Got, but it appears to be the exact same song, just they tacked it on at the end.
Yeah, I don't revisit that one very much, to be honest. I'm fine with the first part. That's fine. I don't need it again. But yeah, I keep passing this name, The Ballad of Johnny Butt. I always forget how that one goes, but it's such a funny name that I want to revisit
It's
it.
a cover of a track by the band Secret Hate.
Alrighty.
But it's about his heroin addiction.
Well, of course it is. Yeah. But you see what I mean? Yeah, it's an album that's really fun, but the dark connotations and the wave of melancholy that kind of came afterwards is like very apparent. Especially if you watch any of the music videos for like the singles and Bradley's not in the focus, or they'll use like concert footage of him and they'll superimpose it into the video, and I always find that so sad.
Like in the video for Santeria, especially, it looks like he is a hologram
or like a ghost or something. Yeah,
ghost. But they still had Lou Dog in there.
Yeah, Lou Dog showed up. The band mascot, the Dalmatian.
They should have called it 103 Dalmatians.
I got a Dalmatian. I remember that one.
Still get high. Felipe, my guitarist, could play like a motherfucking riot. Yeah, but no, honestly, like, this is an album that always makes me feel happy. It makes me feel melancholy. It makes me feel energized. It makes me feel relaxed.
It's a range. Yeah.
It is a huge range. It has like punk, it has dub, hip hop, reggae, and alternative tendencies. It's the perfect backyard barbecue kind of album where I can sit back.
For the griller in your life. The griller means.
Step aside, Tragically Hip.
Yeah,
Sublime is coming through.
Yeah, I'll just sit
back. It's interesting to see that, like, for some kids and teenagers in the mid '90s, like, Sublime could be a bit of a gateway into getting into other genres.
Oh, yeah.
And like I also can sort of draw a connection with like No Doubt as well, considering Gwen Stefani sang on the track "Saw Red" on Robin Hood. So there's a little bit of a correlation there. And considering some of the stuff in Orange County, they were influenced just as much by dub and rhythm and reggae and things like that as they were Bad Religion, Descendants, Circle Jerks and the like, Black Flag, and even the classic rock stuff too.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm very happy that this is, like, their most successful album, like, despite the fact that Noel passed away just before it was released, despite the fact that they couldn't do a promotional tour or anything. Like, the radio alone, like, and the sales alone propelled this into, like, a classic album of the 90s and one of the best of the era. And that's really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's really
something. It's been certified 6 times platinum as far as I can see here in the States.
Yeah,
so
that's unparalleled.
Maybe it's more. Maybe it'll reach diamond one day.
Buddy, the amount of times I listen to this album, I will personally make it diamond. Like, But
Man, we're pushing on 4 hours now.
yeah,
I know. We should probably try and wrap it up soon because I
Yeah.
have to work early.
Me too.
Yeah.
E3.
that's all. Yeah, me 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Connect 4.
All right. Josh, what is your last album
All right. Well,
for
might
the
as well
night?
bring it on home because I said I would finish it up about half an hour ago almost, and I haven't yet. My final pick is actually one that I had gone back and forth on whether I was going to do with this episode or not, but it's a record that high school me sort of fell in love with, and I've really come to appreciate in the years since. And that is the sophomore record from Protest the Hero, Fortress, from 2008.
Ah,
All right.
It's sort of a concept album of sorts, but more so with the idea of, goddess worship and just a bunch of, really, there's a lot of philosophy in there, but man, this is, when you take some mathcore, you throw in a little bit of post-hardcore and thrash in there, and you get an incredibly tight listen. But there's some ridiculous soloing on here. There's some tight-ass drum work. And friggin' Rhodey Walker can do no wrong on the mic. And it all starts with Blood Meats. As soon as the drums kick in with that, it's almost a Dillinger Escape Plan-esque riff, like da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It blew me away when I first heard it in, I think, 2009. Again, it was DLC and Guitar Hero played then. But actually, part of why I came back to this record, I think Evan might be remember this story. There was a few people in our grade in high school that had formed a band around this time, and
yeah.
I could tell that one of the main influences, what they had said as much, was Protest the Hero, because some of the guitar passages that they did, it sounded a lot like stuff on this record, like the Dissentients or Sequoia Throne or Wretch. There was a lot of that sort of sweet picking in there, but there was a lot of the same approach, and it was kind of now that I've listened to it a lot in the years since, it's I wish I kind of got tuned into that scene at the time. I could have appreciated it more. But yeah, Blood Meat literally is just basically about the Huns attacking villages because it mentions Genghis Khan by name, and Sequoia Throne is also a pretty solid single as well. It's pretty biting. It critiques humanity.
Cody and I were just looking at each other someone they wrote a song about the Huns. Last time I heard a song about the Huns.
Let's get down to business.
No, but it's actually funny. Sequoia Throne is actually about aliens. But it's more about it's not the aliens that are trying to take over the world. It's us. It uses the theme of the sequoia tree, which is the closest thing to heaven because of how tall it can get.
Right.
And the idea that it's basically split up into these different sections, and there are the little instrumental pieces that can kind of be heard as a transitory thing. But there's just some tight riffs on here. And I also have come to really love the track Limb from Limb. It's just got this fantastic riff, and then there's actually a really neat keyboard solo from the keyboardist of Dragon Force at the time, Vadim Pruzhinov. And then after that, you have that riff of and it's hard to really describe this other than you gotta listen to it all the way through. And I put a similar record from the mid-late 2000s up alongside it as one of my favorites. Between the Buried in Me's Colors from 2006. I may talk about that in a future episode, just because those are examples of just concepts that from start to finish you are just bombarded with a whole lot. And it's intense, but considering Protest the Hero really blew up after this release, after this record came out, I mean, especially in Canada, they've had a lot of attention here. But considering that the Julius Buddy produced it, who had produced a lot of stuff, especially he had produced a lot of stuff with Alexis on Fire up to this point, which I almost reviewed and I was going to talk about an Alexis on Fire record from this general period, which, side note, new Alexis on Fire record in June.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Dallas Green, he's back with them?
Cool.
Yeah, the
Sweet.
first record in 13 years.
Wow.
But Protest the Hero, I felt that Fortress is sort of a peak for me in sort of their discography as well, because while Kazaya there was a little bit of, refining going there, but they still had that concept. They had a concept already just from that, and in only a few years to step it up that much, it was sort of that's kind of why this is a record that if I was more into music at that time and this would have been grade 10, like in 10th, 11th grade. Probably I would have been able to get along with a few more of the guys in my grade. But I definitely recommend that Lyle should absolutely listen to Blood Mead and Limb from Limb. Just some great bass work in there, and just a lot of tight grooves. I think Cody would actually like the Descentients, or even a track like Palms Red. There's a lot of great stuff going on there, and I think Evan would probably like. I think he should definitely listen to Blood Meat, just because that's a great way to open up the record. I kind of prefer actually how the video of it goes. Like it's sort of like like da, da, da. I'm a little disappointed the album and it doesn't end like that. And the closing sort of 1-2 punch of Goddess Bound and Goddess Gag really wraps everything up on such a high note. There is a deluxe version of the album that's on streaming that has instrumentals as well. So if any of, I guess, the tracks I recommended or listening through the record, if anything sort of piques your interest and you really want to hear the performances a bit closer, I'd highly recommend that, because between Luke Hoskin and Tim Millar's dueling guitars, and Mo Carlson is no longer in Protest the Hero, but his drum work on here is so tight, and I think Arif Mira Dildagi, he also is not in Protest anymore, but he was involved in a lot of the writing, but his bass work on here is fantastic, and I guess I've done enough, shameless plugging about how great it is, but I remember even hearing Sequoia Throne on Big Shiny Tunes 13, I think it was. It was the second to last Big Shiny Tunes entry, but to see a pretty intense metal record get a track highlighted on what's generally more of a mainstream rock compilation at the time is pretty cool. And I'm going to end with a story. So it is 12th grade English. This is the spring of 2010, and our class is doing this sort of creative project. It's English class. We are doing a creative project on, I believe it's Hamlet, and we have to sort of do whatever. We can pick whatever medium we want, but I think it was we had to make a soundtrack for the movie. So I thought of a lot of songs I'd heard in Rock Band, Guitar Hero, other tracks, and I thought of trying to curate and sequence a soundtrack for Hamlet based on different key moments in the play. And as my performance thing, I actually Evan will know this. Shout out to Mr. Murray. I don't know if you're still at Thornley, but
he's not. The last year we were there was the year he went to he moved from Thornley.
Okay, well at the time it was his English class, and because I just started playing the drums the previous summer, I wanted to play a couple songs on drums for the class to show that I actually can do stuff. So
nice.
The first song I had played was Rise Against Ready to Fall, which is I thought it was great. Thing is, though, there are 2 drum sets in the general area where the music classes are. The good one is on the left side in that classroom. I got the not so good one on the right side. And I know because I had practiced beforehand, and that thing was about 2 seconds away from falling apart on you. It wasn't even funny. And then, of course, I got to the first part fine. Of course, I couldn't use any hearing protection or anything, so it felt a little off sync to me, but I did my best. And then the second song I wanted to play was Blood Mead. 2 seconds, it falls apart.
Yeah.
Damn.
I know. I was like, no, the one song I wanted to play to showcase how technical I can be. But they understood, but still, it was just so close.
Very close. Yeah.
Could have played it first, but that was sort of an example of how between that and playing it on drums and Guitar Hero, which I would want to play on Expert Plus someday just because of the double bass, because there's some really good double bass sections on here. Fortress is great, and while Protest the Hero have done records since then that have more of a concept, that there's more depth in the songwriting, I feel like as a whole, I don't think they've topped Fortress for me since. And yeah, I'll probably wrap it up because we all need to go to bed and go home and whatnot.
Don't worry, Josh. You'll get there one day.
Yeah, well, fortunately, I have drum sets that don't fall apart on me after 2 seconds. But again, shout out to Mr. Murray's English class. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had such an appreciation for this song as I did.
Oh, that's cool. I think I vaguely remember parts of this story.
Yeah, that was only 2010. That was 12 years ago. God,
yeah.
Oh, God. I just felt the
But
grand.
wow, this was another mammoth episode for Lyle to cut down in a few
Yeah,
days.
well, these don't take me too long, and they're actually one of my favorite types of podcasts, honestly, because it's so cool.
So comment below if you like it, and we'll do it more often.
So many volumes.
Yeah, I think I only have maybe one or two more in me.
I think I got-
One of the things I actually thought about doing while we were doing this is let's actually like go back through all the other episodes and actually listen to each other's picks. And...
I do.
No, but
I
like
give you guys
no.
updates.
Let's go and talk about them.
What
Let's
do you
all
mean?
talk about them.
Oh, you mean? Oh, I see what you mean. Like
All of
you
us.
go back and kind of like be like, oh, I
Yeah.
like this one that you talked about.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's an
Let's.
interesting.
We
way
could
to-
do like a retrospective thing.
like a bonus retrospective
A podcast,
episode.
Yeah.
It's basically a
podcast?
commentary
A
on all that
podcast
stuff.
on the podcasts.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, like-
Of a copy of a copy of a...
So to speak, refills.
No, so to speak, refilled. Just reboot the entire podcast again.
We keep talking about this central loop idea.
We
I don't
could.
know.
That's funny.
One of the
I
things.
just
Yeah.
get to episode 100 already.
Mm.
All right. Well, it's been fun.
It has been fun.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go listen to these songs when I get some time.
All
Cool.
right, me too.
Me three.
I mean, I know I look for any excuse to spin some NSYNC whenever I get a chance.
Of course,
Backstreet
yeah.
Boys and
Anyways, have a good night, audience. Tune in next time.
Bye, guys.
safe listening, safe travels.
Good night.